All right, good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, members of council, administration, those that are joining us in the gallery or through our live feed through the YouTube channel of Town of Stony Plain. Welcome to corporate planning meetings. They're scheduled for 3 days, November 6th, November 7th, and November 8th. They start at 4:30 p.m. And if council needs more time than that, then we'll definitely take a look at everybody's calendar and then get another meeting set ASAP. And if we're done before those 3 days, then that's okay too, because then that way council can do other things in the between time, because we've already booked that off. So I'm glad to see everybody's here on time. I think with the daylight savings time, I thought some people would be here early, but that wasn't the case. Yeah, Councillor. Call them out just in case. Yes, so we're back, and it is daylight savings time. That's why there is a little bit more light out today than our last council meeting. Okay. Today we'll be dealing with our corporate plan. I've divided into kind of 3 parts today. So the first part will have the presentations from our administration through their Department of Business. We'll take a break. I believe there's a little bit of snacks here for us to eat. And then we'll come back to the fiscal plan and presentation. And then we'll take a break after that as well. And then we'll come back for questions and answers from council and from administration. So that I know sometimes there's lots of questions that arise when administration is presenting. So if you have them, just jot them down, because sometimes the questions are answered a little bit later on in the process. And that way, when we come back to that, we have all those questions ready, and we'll just go around the horn and go back one or two times until all the questions are asked and answered. And if we need additional information from administration, then tonight's the time to do it as well. So, like I said, welcome to Corporate Plan. For me, this is like Christmas in terms of governance. We started the corporate planning process about 10 months ago when Council had a strategic plan in January. And then, as the outline says, we've been working with administration to get to this point. And why do I say this is like Christmas for members of Council? Because we get to actually talk about a lot of things that we envision for a community, talk to our residents, and we get to talk to our staff to make sure that they can build a plan to get us to the next phase, to the next year, next 3 years, next 10 years. But the best thing about this is that as council members, we also get to control what we receive in that present from administration. So it's like a double win for us. Not only do we get input on where we want to be, we also get the input on how fast we get there and make some adjustments if we don't like what we see. So with that, there's the agenda before you. Deputy Mayor for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you. The Town Council adopted November 6th to 8th, 2023 corporate plan meeting agenda as presented.
Okay. Thank you. Call the question. I have a question. Yep. Councillor Hanson.
Your Worship, I'm curious if you could explain the difference between our digital council package says 150 pages and there's something on almost every page, and the printed copy that we were given that says 88 pages.
Yes. So again, the corporate plan that we received in hard copy is just the corporate plan. And the other pages after that, that's been actually put on their website, has the full slide deck too that administration will be presenting.
So it's including their presentation?
Yes, that's at the very back of the corporate plan.
And then the only place we will have access to that as we go through this is to go to the digital plan. We'd have to, if we're following along where we've put a load of notes.
Yes.
In our printed copy, then we'll have to jump over to digital.
So thank you for that, Councillor Hanson. So all members of council will be dealing with the printed copy, the actual fiscal plan itself. So everything that's on a slide deck that is presented by administration is already referenced in our corporate plan somewhere at some point.
Okay.
Just make a note of it, and then we can refer to that onto the corporate plan itself.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So before I move on to our business items, again, like I mentioned, this is a accumulation of 10 months of work from council and administration. And this is the time that we get to see and hear what administration has come back to us to see that we're meeting our goals in terms of a strategic plan. Members of council, I urge you to just hold your questions unless it's very, very urgent. Then just raise your hands and I'll kind of allow you to ask those questions. If not, just keep them until the presentation is all done. And then therefore we can just have all the questions all at once. I'll turn it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's my good afternoon. It's my pleasure to present the 2024-2026 draft corporate plan for Council's consideration. I want to begin by thanking and acknowledging the effort of our entire team to bring this plan together. From contributing to initiatives and department planning, analyzing the numbers and forecasting the future, to editing and reviewing the document takes many hands, and each of those is important to preparing a cohesive and sequenced plan. The corporate plan, Your Worship, includes operating and capital initiatives along with estimates to maintain the internal operations of the organization. The plan is built from the direction provided through the strategic plan. Formal approval is provided for 2024 with forecasts and assumptions for 2025 and 2026. Next slide, please. Your Worship, I'd like to take the opportunity just to speak to Council and the general public that may be watching or in the room with us, just to make a few comments about our plan hierarchies and structures. The overall planning structure for Stony Plain begins with uniquely Stony Plain. This serves as the municipal development plan and the highest level policy direction for the community and the organization. Your Worship, from there, the strategic plan outlines the midterm priorities identified by Council and signals to the community the direction and projects that will be worked towards within a rolling 1 to 5 year time frame. Your Worship, the one in front of you tonight in its draft form, the corporate plan outlines the resource allocation to the priorities identified in the strategic plan, along with allocations to ensure internal and external functioning of the municipality. Again, the first year of 2024 is deemed approved, and the out years as forecasts and estimates. Your Worship, on this slide, you'll see uniquely Stony Plain, the strategic plan, are built around key themes. They're listed up on the slide there. These are identified on the slide before you and have been consistent for a number of years. Although all are identified as equal and foundational to community success, specific themes can be prioritized from and with Council direction. Next slide, please. Your Worship and Council, I know you've seen this one before. Noted on this slide and outlined within the document is the process by which administration develops the draft plan for Council consideration. Contained within the agenda package is the Council adopted policy that codifies this process. As Council can see and is aware, the process to get to this meeting is essentially an ongoing effort by both Council and administration. Next slide. Your Worship, rest of Council, I do like to take an opportunity to provide a bit of context. Leading and managing the town is subject to numerous external pressures and forces. Contextualization of any plan is important. Your Worship, again, at a global level, I think we've all noticed or been aware of current major geopolitical influences are related to potential economic restructuring of global trade and armed conflict in Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, and other places across the globe. At a national level, immigration policy and housing affordability are two policy areas that are receiving the attention of policymakers and the general public. The results of these dialogues can and likely will have impacts on the community and our organization. Further, traditionally, minority governments are subject to pressures, and a federal election, although not required in the immediate term, could be subject to an early call and subsequent potential policy changes. Your Worship, getting a little closer to home provincially, I would add that immigration and housing affordability are clearly dialogues going on across Alberta. Having just come from a recent election, a level of stability at the provincial government level is in front of us. And Your Worship, one other thing to note on the provincial side of context is just that economic forecast for Alberta remains strong, and Stony Plain should anticipate positive impacts from that overall strength of the provincial economy. Continuing to come closer to us regionally, Integrated services continue to be considered sub-regionally and within the EMRB. Within the context of remaining autonomous decision-making municipalities, collaboration and shared services will likely remain within the work plans and goals of councils and administrations across our immediate metro region. Locally, Your Worship, construction values at this point are below our general averages, with anticipated projects still to be on the books this calendar year. Council has probably observed some late year land development that would indicate construction values to potentially tick upwards through 2024. And Your Worship, underlying all of this context is just the final comment I would make along a context is interest rates remain historically high, and the impacts on consumer spending, construction costs, and access to financing are apparent within all of the above context. And access to financing, Your Worship, not just for the municipality, but for development and homeowners and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Your Worship and Council, I generally will like to point out a couple themes within the corporate plan that I either have noticed as the plan was being developed or were built in purposefully. Your Worship, the first one I wanted to talk about was capital investment planning. There's some commentary in the lead sheet itself, but the development of the past few corporate plans has brought forward an increasing strength of internal commitments to master planning, financial forecasting, and the utilization of technology as it relates to some of our capital projects. Our input processes are driving to a clear picture of future capital requirements and funding, and in turn, leading to clear decision-making and project pre-planning. Like any other process, continuous improvement and refinement should be part of moving forward. And through 2024, I would anticipate consideration of governance direction for long-term capital planning to be part of that continuous improvement. Another theme, Your Worship, in council, organizational development and service levels. Again, just building on what's in the lead sheet, this is another theme that remains a focus on internal organizational development along with internal and external service levels. An evolving context requires internal and our external focus on adaptability and agility in how the organization goes about its business. Again, Your Worship, as you're well aware, we operate in an ever-changing environment, and a continuous focus on how we do that and how we go about designing processes and service levels is something that is a theme in the plan and supported throughout. The corporate plan includes initiatives to add new digital tools, staffing increases, capital initiatives regarding a public works facility to continue to place the organization for success moving forward. There are other specific initiatives for external services captured within the plan. Finally, Your Worship, on the notion of themes that came through or came up in the development of the plan, emerged through this year's process and evident in previous iterations of our corporate planning is an attempt to balance the clarity provided by identifying priorities and initiatives with the reality of uncertainty due to external factors and timing. This plan includes specific projects that are awaiting grant decisions by other orders of government, service level considerations linked to our partners, and other forecasts and estimates that will not be known, frankly, until a later date. The level of integration of transit systems on the operating side and shared use capital projects creates a degree of uncertainty that does not entirely lend itself to a rigid process or timeline. Inputs from master plans and strategies can also have their impacts arise outside of the corporate planning process, and our processes must retain a degree of agility in order to adapt when deemed necessary and advantageous. And Your Worship and Council, I would add further, just on this particular note, in my time in local government, I have noticed a shift or a more adaptable requirements for corporate plans or budgets, so to speak, as opposed to 15 or 20 years ago when there was not as much complexity in a lot of the things that we do. And it's something that I think we all need to bear in mind as we move forward in the near term and into the immediate term. I do expect this trajectory to continue, and just believe this context needs to be considered as council and administration move forward. With that, Your Worship and Council, I again wish to thank the many members of our team that contributed to the document before you. From vision to strategy to execution, I am pleased to open the presentation of the draft corporate plan, and at this time, we'll ask the General Manager of Strategic Services to provide an overview of some of the corporate initiatives.
Thank you, Town Manager. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. Beginning on page 13 of the agenda package, administration has summarized the corporate initiatives that directly recommend actions to advance priorities within the town's strategic plan requiring additional or new resources to deliver. I will provide an overview of these as they are noted on the presentation slide. Beginning in 2024, it is proposed that the town will construct a new community recreation center, as recommended in the 2017 Tri-Municipal Indoor Recreation Facility Strategy. The facility will include a 6-sheet curling rink, field house, gymnasium, multi-purpose rooms, and running and walking track. The Class B construction estimates was confirmed at $39,500,000 in early 2023. The current funding strategy includes secured partnership funding of $4,600,000, recreation offsite levy funding of $4,600,000, and grant applications for $22 million. Administration will continue to secure available grants, sponsorships, and partnership funding to reduce the required debenture funding. A decision from Council to proceed with this initiative and funding approval will be required by Q1 2024. In addition to the cost to construct the facility, administration has outlined in the initiative Table 4 on page 16 the facility net operating costs for a partial year in 2025 projected at $110,000 and $190,000 for a full year of operations in 2026. As outlined in Table 4, a projected stage debt servicing cost of $400,000 in 2024, $800,000 in 2025, and $1.2 million in 2026. Moving to the Old Town South redevelopment, this initiative outlined on page 13 of the agenda package will strongly support the Community Recreation Center and surrounding neighborhood. As you know, Old Town is the area of Stony Plain that extends from the recreation and cultural amenities around 55th Avenue north through the downtown heading towards Heritage Park. This initiative is guided by the 2019 Old Town Community Plan. The town has partnered on a number of implementation milestones, including area conceptual and infrastructure planning, the replacement of Stony Plain Central School, the addition of a Francophone school, and design planning for the new Community Recreation Center with inclusion of the West Ridge Curling Club. The proposed next phase of implementation in 2024 will provide stormwater and recreation utility infrastructure construction at an estimated cost of $3 million, as well as the proposed implementation of community facade and placemaking grant programs. In 2025, implementation will shift toward the downtown, with detailed design planning for the proposed town square and the current community center, with an estimated cost of $100,000, as well as an updated downtown parking strategy and on-street patio program estimated to cost $60,000. The 2026 phase of the Old Town South redevelopment will provide for an additional stormwater management infrastructure at an estimated cost of $1 million, as well as the preparation of urban design and architectural guidelines to support redevelopment efforts. The third corporate initiative recommended for 2024 is the Public Works Facility. As outlined on Table 3 of page 15 of the agenda package, the Public Works Facility was constructed in the mid-1970s. Administration has been preparing a plan and design for the redevelopment of this facility since 2016. The following schedule has been provided for the redevelopment to occur. In 2024, construction of the Public Works Administration Building at an estimated cost of $4,952,000. And in 2026, renovations will occur to the existing main building with an added wash bay at an estimated cost of $2,320,000. Additional phases of the Public Works facility redevelopment are outlined for 2027 and 2030 in the long-term capital plan on page 74 of the agenda package. The final corporate initiative outlined for 2024 is the Housing Accelerator Project. As outlined on Table 8 on page 18 of the agenda package, this initiative summarizes the implementation of the action plan that has been submitted for funding to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. If approved for the $1,855,000 in funding, the town will address processes, policies, and projects to accelerate housing starts and residential growth in Stony Plain. The details of this project were presented at the September 25th council meeting. Shifting to the corporate initiatives proposed to begin in 2025, first is the construction and operations of a municipal cemetery. As outlined in Table 5 on page 16 of the agenda package, construction will occur in 2025 and operations will be established in 2026, with a total estimated cost for this new facility and service at $3,168,000. Next is the second pedestrian rail underpass. This project is recommended based on a funding application that has been submitted to Transport Canada's Rail Safety Improvement Program at an estimated cost of $7,322,000. Finally, in 2025, the Community Volunteer Leadership Development Initiative will continue to be implemented with a community ambassador program to increase volunteer capacity and foster further engagement throughout Stony Plain. This program will be established and operationalized at an estimated cost of $58,000. The next section of the corporate plan document outlines the proposed operation and department services, programs, and projects for 2024 to 2026. The introduction of this section includes a summary of the additional staff recommended to deliver the programs and services of the town, beginning on page 22 of the agenda package. In 2024, 5.1 full-time equivalent positions are recommended to ensure current service levels can be maintained as well as being responsive to community growth. In 2025, recommendations for 2 additional full-time positions and 5.4 positions in 2026, including those that will support the operations of the new cemetery. In the upcoming slides, each position will be highlighted further to outline the associated programs and service capacity requirements. The presentation will now move into each general manager providing an overview of the programs, services, and initiatives for each of the organization's departments. The Office of the Chief Administrative Officer primarily supports the development and monitoring of our strategic goals, advocacy, partnerships, interactions with Mayor and Council, promoting economic growth and development, communicating with citizens, and enhancing the profile of local culture and tourism. The department business plan, beginning on page 25 of the agenda package, notes an operational budget increase for 2024 associated with proposed staffing position and public art programming for culture and tourism. An additional staffing position is also noted for 2026 in communications. The Office of the Chief Administrative Officer continues to implement and monitor a number of guiding documents, and we align resources and efforts from these with both the town's strategic plan and key partnerships with external stakeholders. In addition to some of the initiatives that have already been highlighted, we propose to enhance the town's Art in Public Places program with a new public art project in 2024 and public art features for both the Community Recreation Center and cemetery. In 2024, we will also celebrate the 10th anniversary of summer sessions and enhance Midsummer Thursdays to welcome more visitors to enjoy Stony Plain and our vibrant downtown area. Updates and replacements of our community billboards, banners will continue, enhancing these effective and creative spaces for communicating with residents and visitors. Additionally, the town's economic development marketing to attract new business and investment will be refined and distributed to target audiences based on recommendations from recently completed strategy work. These marketing efforts will be supported by continuous improvement to town processes that guide and support new development and strongly align with the proposed Housing Accelerator project. Finally, further into 2025 and 2026, we have identified specific initiatives to strengthen our tourism sector with a collaborative destination marketing program and addressing broadband gaps that exist and impact our efforts to expand our business community. Administration is recommending additional staffing positions in 2024 and 2026 to strengthen these efforts and provide high value and benefit for the services we deliver. The Culture and Tourism Advisor in 2024 will replace and expand current casual support for programs, events, and projects. Similarly, the role for Communications Team in 2026 will support our growing digital media capacity that is currently provided with casual support. Shifting investment from casual to permanent staff creates stability and improved quality service delivery. This wraps up the summary of the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, and I will invite our General Manager of Corporate Services to present their department business plan summary.
Thank you, General Manager. Good evening, Your Worship, and through you to members of Council. I am pleased to present the business plan overview on the Corporate Services Department, starting on page 29 to 33 of your package. Corporate Services provides financial services, legislative services, human resources, and technology services. The department provides foundational support to the organization in delivering the strategic priorities as well as ongoing operations. Our focus is around legislative compliance, risk mitigation, managing the employee life cycle, and financial responsibility. You'll see, once again, you will see the summary of the plan beginning on page 29 of your agenda package of the corporate plan document. First, I would like to draw your attention on the screen to the bar graph and financial information included to it. Also, please note the detailed department operational summary is on page 30 in your package. You will notice that the graph is showing a net positive revenue for 2024 of $20.2 million. And the reason is that a full allocation of taxes levied is recognized in revenue in the Corporate Services Department, which is consistent with reporting standards. The total expenses of the Corporate Services business units is $5.2 million, an increase of approximately $300,000 from 2023. This is primarily from increases in goods and services, utilities, legal fees, which are involved with a lot of complex matters, and new finance intern and HR staff as well. Plus needed enhancements to the safety equipment and program we have currently in place. The total revenue is $5.4 million, which is nearly an increase of $600,000, derived mainly from growth from assessment for taxation and increases in franchise fees. So the total of $25.4 million in revenue, less $5.2 million in expenses, realized is net revenue of $20.2 million, which is indicated. I now want to speak briefly on the proposed staffing level indicated on the left side of the screen in front of you. Currently, Corporate Services has 27.1 full-time equivalents, and in 2024, the department is planning to add another 0.5 FTE in human resources to support the increasing demand of human resource functions, including recruitment, onboarding, training, and health and safety, and also to enhance the services within the organization. There are no proposed increases for 25 or 26. Next slide, please. Thank you. So moving to this slide, I will speak briefly on some of the department initiatives for 2024, 2025, and 2026. And again, in 2024, I've already spoken to the one service level change, the increased 0.5 FTE to support the human resource function. Next is key projects and services. We start with the capital replacement infrastructure funding. This initiative was launched in 2022, with 2024 now being the third year in the 5-year plan. This initiative proposes a 0.5 tax increase in 2024 and a 1% in 2025 and 2026. The dedicated funding commitment over the 5 years will move the town's financial strategies to replace and rehabilitate existing infrastructure and equipment to a sustainable level and increase the reserve transfers for renewal. Second key initiative is the employee benefits review. The Human Resource Business Unit is planning to do an in-depth, comprehensive benchmarking and researching benefit review. The town has realized significant increases in costs, both through usage and through increasing costs of services themselves, which has impacted the cost of doing business for the town. The overarching goals next year will be try to recognize and realize some cost savings to the town, and two, to better match benefit offerings to our employees' needs, and they're changing all the time. The third initiative I'd like to mention is the corporate system strategy implementation. Of course, this has been on the books for a year or two now. This is included as a priority project as the capital replacement of the organization's enterprise resource planning system. The system houses our financial, customer, and employee data and reporting. The needs analysis and procurement for the system took place during 2023, with implementation either next month or early in 2024 and into 2025. Recently, administration has finalized the contract, and now we're ready to launch over the next few weeks. The funding was approved in 2022 for $1.5 million. The second part of the software system implementation is actually added into from the e-permitting software, part of the Housing Accelerating Funding application submitted. If it's successful, we will begin that. It is intended to expedite planning, permitting to accelerate housing starts. And then in 2025, administration is proposing implementing agenda management software. The last two key initiatives include a review of the town's fiscal sustainability framework. There was a document that was created and implemented in 2021. The purpose would be to assess the relevance of the sections, make updates as required, as well as consider new best practices. Lastly, asset management support within Corporate Services Department will be critical to maintaining the momentum on this important town priority as we prepare to bring a new asset management position into the organization in 2025. So for 2025 and 2026, the department is looking at pretty much status quo for service changes. For key projects in 25-26, by and large, will be a continuation of many of the initiatives proposed in this 2024 year. Continuation of capital replacement plan of additional contribution of $200,000 per year the next 2 years. Continuation of corporate system strategy, including agenda management and cemetery software. Now this concludes my presentation on the corporate services business plans, and I will now pass it over to the General Manager of Community and Protective Services, Mr. Hill, to discuss business plans in the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Good evening, Your Worship, members of Council. I will provide a quick overview of the Community and Protective Services Department as illustrated in the proposed 2024 to 2026 corporate plan. Our department overview begins on page 29 of the corporate plan or page 34 of the agenda package. The department includes the following business units, programs and services. The key areas in that particular program or business unit, is transit, facility customer service, and special event delivery, fire services, enforcement services, which is commonly known as the work of the peace officers, the golf course, and the RCMP detachment, where we do facilitate and manage the support staff over at the detachment, and we also do have a police contract with the RCMP to provide our policing services in the community. The department also works closely with the City of Spruce Grove with 2 regional agreements related to transit and RCMP building operation, as you're aware. We also have a close working relationship with Parkland County related to fire services and cost share agreements with the Glen Hall Arena. And of course, we do have the TLC, which is a one-third ownership with the TLC, with the City of Spruce Grove and Parkland County. Moving into the operational summary, which is shown on page 30 of the plan, or 35 of the agenda package. We do have some operational notes that I would like to discuss quickly with you. Share some information with you quickly. In 2024, we are projecting an increase in revenues at the golf course based on the trends in the pro shop and green fee play over the last few years. The operational summary also includes the corresponding expense increases due to those revenue projections. The golf course operates at a break-even or small profit annually, so the reflection is captured in our operational plan. There's also a projected lower transfer to the Public Safety Reserve due to lower violation counts occurring with automated traffic enforcement. This program is a contracted service to a global traffic group. The Government of Alberta currently is reviewing the program, and that review expires in December of this year. And we believe there should be or could be an opportunity for us to look at that program and expand that program once that review is completed and we understand how the new service, the new program will run forward with the Government of Alberta's blessing. Based on increased call volumes, we are scheduling an increased revenue and corresponding expenses at the fire services. We have had a substantial increase in calls this year. We do have an agreement with Parkland County, and so we did capture the corresponding revenues related to that. Also, as we've been discussing with council on a frequent basis, we do have increases to RCMP expenses in 2024, and as we continue moving forward, the majority of that based on union agreements related to RCMP members and equipment enhancements and capital increases moving forward. The department is proposing to add 2.6 staff in 2024. Those staff members are shown on page 32 and 33 of the plan, or pages 37 and 38 of the agenda. The addition of a Heritage Park operator, driver, and clerk to the ATS service will assist with the increased service demands in both of those areas. The key projects the department will concentrate on for 2024, as mentioned earlier in the presentation this evening, recreation facility. It's a strategic priority of council. Administration will continue actioning the construction of a new dry sport curling facility. This work will include securing capital funding and tendering and starting the construction of the project. The work that staff will do will be dictated by the influences and the confirmations of the funding related to that particular project. Again, we do foresee us coming back into council with more detail about that project as we understand the grant applications and how they transact. Regional transit, as council was aware, January 1st of this year, we were scheduled to move to a regional program with Edmonton Metro Transit Service Commission. Unfortunately, that commission dissolved. However, the regional transit work continues at the administrative level. We certainly are working more actively with Spruce Grove on a sub-regional transit service and also Parkland County. And there is a large and active group working within the region to discuss and move forward with a regional transit service that would service the Edmonton Metro region. Also in 2024, we're looking to modernize ATS with the addition of booking and scheduling software to improve the service efficiencies that we have seen success in peer communities across the Edmonton region. Administration is working with the regional partners currently to leverage new software to launch in 2024. We are looking at examples and sharing success, looking at the successes that others have had similar to City of Leduc in terms of this modernization, and we look forward to how that will enhance our service levels for both the ATS and on-demand system. In 2025, We're looking to add fire staff to our staffing complement. This is a continuation of moving towards servicing a community of 30,000 people. And also the recreation facility will continue to be constructed with a partial year of operations. In 2026, additional fire services staff will be added to the team, along with administrative support staff to the RCMP detachment. 2026 marks the first full year that the recreation facility will operate. Mr. Mayor, this concludes my portion of the Community and Protective Services Department overview. And I will now turn the presentation over to Mr. Newstad in the Planning and Infrastructure Department.
Thank you, General Manager. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am very excited to be here tonight to present Planning and Planning Infrastructure's section on the town's proposed 2024-2026 corporate plan, specifically starting at page 34 on your package. Within this section, for Council's consideration, is a mixture of major infrastructure replacement, growth considerations, levels of service, improvements, and more. P&I is made up of 4 main areas: planning, engineering, parks and leisure, and infrastructure assets. All P&I staff work hard to provide town residents and businesses with a high quality of life and work to maintain the service levels on many areas of the town. We also work with the town's development community in order to properly plan, guide, and foster community land development within the town. Additionally, P&I also manages the contract for the Capital Region Parkland Water Service Commission on behalf of the Tri-Region. P&I typically owns the bulk of the town's major capital projects, and this plan does show that continuing into the future. With several major projects planned, including the Public Works Building, Meridian Reservoir, water main installations, bridge and road rehabilitation programs. Those are the main reasons for the increases in the net expenses that are found on the slide. Town staff have put much effort into better understanding our assets and liabilities at an infrastructure level through the implementation of asset management. This is allowing the town to become better projecting short, medium, and long-term capital needs into the future for Council's consideration. The plan has some service level considerations, specifically positions that help the town grow and mature into its ongoing service levels. In this corporate plan for Council's consideration, P&I is putting forward 3.5 FTE equivalents additions into town staffing. These positions are found within engineering, utilities, and parks and leisures, and help to address new service needs, including the town's proposed cemetery. Next slide. As I mentioned, planning and infrastructure does have a lot of projects. I will now highlight a few key ones for Council's consideration and information. As the General Manager of Strategic Services already outlined, the Old Town South initiative is a continued priority within the town and P&I. With the next year embarking on a number of key points in the initiative, including the facade improvement and placemaking grants in the programs, there is also an investment in utilities and storm infrastructure for the rec center facility. 2023 saw the water and sanitary services installed with the help of the developer project in the Brickyard, and 2024 will be working to initiate the stormwater servicing with the developer. Moving to Meridian Reservoir, Meridian Heights Reservoir is a key water supply infrastructure for the town of Stony Plain. As part of the town's asset management, a condition assessment of the reservoir was completed, and detailed that necessary upgrades are in need for the facility to maintain current operation and to now and into the future. The reservoir is currently operating safely. However, these repairs are critical to maintaining that. In addition to the repairs, the project will also see the relocation of the tennis courts in a to-be-finalized location. Moving to roads and bridges, the town completed a full condition assessment of all its bridges and bridge culverts in 2022, and 2023 saw the first year of implementation of this program and this is now a continuation of that into 2024. 2024 will also see a return to the regular road program where different sites and different treatments will be done across the town. With moving to the transportation safety program, this is still quite a new program to the town, but has become a very active program since inception. In this program, the town investigates traffic safety concerns regarding speed and pedestrian safety in all areas of town and triages them based on the issue. This includes speed monitoring, working with enforcement, and working with residents and ensuring that the inquiries that are brought forward are addressed in a timely manner. Heritage Park Drainage is a new initiative for 2024. The facility at Heritage Park has had some challenges with stormwater drainage over the number of years. Staff at Heritage Park have brought this forward to PNI's attention, and some preliminary work has noted that further investigation is needed, and some design considerations may be warranted to help maintain the continued operation of the site. The water meter replacement program is also a new program brought forward for Council's consideration this year. This program is a result of the work done in the water loss investigation. As presented to Council earlier this year, a big component of addressing water loss is measurement. Upon review of the town's water meters, it was determined that a potential risk in water loss could be the age of the meters found around town. This initiative proposes to do some preliminary planning on water meter replacement to replace existing meters across town with new technology that will be more accurate and better for operations. Active transportation. This program looks to continue the work in connecting active transportation facilities across town. This program was developed in line with the 2020 Active Transportation Strategy and looks to create connections for residents and users in active transportation within the town. Stormwater improvements. The town owns and operates a number of stormwater infrastructure, including ponds, manholes, swales, drain lines, all across town. Town staff continue to invest in maintenance operation in these areas, such as these storm sewers and drainage infrastructure. Water infrastructure improvements is another major utility project, series of projects that we're looking to bring in starting 2024. This includes a new fill line to the High Park that is managed by the CRPWSC, and a new water main along Golf Course Road to help support development in the area. Trail improvements is a program that leverages the town's condition data of the trail system and to rehabilitate in-need trails. This is quite a similar approach to what is done with the road system, and we will be continuing on with as part of this corporate plan. The Parks Levels of Service Initiative is an initiative that works upon the information that was brought to Council in 2022 to improve parks and trimming levels. This is the first stage of implementation and has been split over 2 years to help improve staff attention to trimming and mowing, as well as snow and ice control. This initiative will be fully realized in 2025 in the current plan. Facility maintenance improvements is the town completed a facility condition assessment of all of the buildings in 2023, and we are in the first stages of implementing the recommendations in 2024. These programs are primarily administered by the town's operations team and help to prioritize repairs in the most efficient and with the funding provided. And event and project support. The town operations work hard to support other areas of the town when we're doing major events, including road shutdowns and other event support as needed. Whether it's traffic control or signage, this next year will be no exception. For service changes, there is one proposed new FTE, which is the project engineer for utilities. The engineer position is new to the town. As part of the town being the successful candidate to manage the CRPWSC, the proposal that the commission accepted included a new position to help run the commission. This position is 50% work for the commission and 50% town work. When not focused on the commission, the position is focused on utilities, including asset management, projects, and technical matters to support the operations team and long-term planning. Moving on to 2025, I'll be highlighting there is a number of initiatives that have some crossover across the plan, and I'll be highlighting the certain ones just for council's awareness. As the general manager of strategic services already highlighted, the cemetery is planned for construction in 2025. As council is aware, town staff have been diligently planning and designing the town's non-denominational cemetery for some time. The design is prepared and ready to be implemented in this corporate plan. The snow storage site design and construction. The town's snow storage site is an important operational component to the town and is in need of a review of the site to bring in necessary environmental controls and site management. This project is planned for design 2025 and construction 2026. Continuing with the parks and horticulture levels of service, this is the second step of the parks levels of service and would be the first step of the horticulture level of service, which is new to council. The horticulture levels of service is similar to the park's LOS, where it is new seasonals being implemented to help support the horticulture team in completing all of their programming and work. Wastewater infrastructure improvements. This is a series of different growth projects that are meant to add servicing on the west side of town near the veterans, or pardon me, the east side, and veterans. These projects are intended to facilitate development and those areas encourage more growth. For service changes, the asset management specialist is proposed in 2025, as highlighted by the general manager earlier. The asset management specialist is a signal that the town's approach to asset management is maturing. Most of the current asset management planning is being completed by many positions within the town, and we are reaching an exciting time to take this to the next step. This position is meant to take the lead in providing strategic and long-term planning for the town's asset management approach. Finally, in 2026, we'll see the cemetery operation considerations coming online, including the implementation of a cemetery clerk and supervisor to support the new cemetery. There is also a proposed update to the municipal development plan. The current MDP, as the CAO mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the uniquely Stony Plain, was created from the ground up in 2013 based on substantial community and council engagement. The 2020 update refined the vision statement and strengthened policy statements on economic development, agriculture, environment, and housing. The next update will revisit the growth management strategy, re-engage residents and council. This will ensure that the MDP aligns with all town documents reflected in the community's vision for Stony Plain more than a decade after it was first adopted. The Utilities Master Plan update is the town's current water and sanitary plans and stormwater master plans are currently separate and were completed in 2018, 2019, respectively. The town has since gathered more information concerning its infrastructure and condition, as well as further operational information that leads to a proper time for updates. This will allow us to clarify timelines and major projects that are currently planned within the corporate plan. Central Trunk Sanitary Sewer Upgrade. This project is a significant utilities project for the town. In 2022, the town completed a preliminary design outline and needs for consideration for the sewer pipe. What has been fleshed out is that the project is high complexity, and town staff are taking the time to talk to engineering and contracting experts in order to best construct it. The town is committed to addressing this project and minimizing risks in both construction and financial as the project is completed. South Business Park Pond. The town identified the South Business Park Pond as a significant stormwater project. This has been delayed as our focus has been on completing Umbach Storm Pond, which is now in its final stages, after which the plan is to move into addressing this pond. The South Business Park Pond is currently being monitored by staff. The Environmental Master Plan implementation. The town of Stony Plain has developed and accepted the Environmental Master Plan and Environmental Stewardship Strategy as a framework to achieve our goals. This initiative establishes a consistent, sustainable funding source to ensure that the successful implementation of the Environmental Master Plan is complete by completing the actions identified and approved by the town's Environmental Stewardship Strategy. Electric vehicle infrastructure. This initiative is to fund 2 electric vehicle charging stations in 2026. One will be a Class 3 charger located at Heritage Park, and the other one will be a Class 2 charger at Town Hall on the side of the PSAR building. And lastly, the Administrative Assistant Utilities. This is an initiative to maintain current service levels at the Public Works facility. There is currently a casual temporary position that supports the Utilities Administration at Public Works and for incoming calls and inquiries. There are a number of calls related to waste carts, sewers, and other utilities operations that the full-time position it does require support to address. This position is currently funded out of operating, and would be made a permanent part-time upon council support. With that, Your Worship and Council, that concludes my presentation. I will now pass it to the General Manager of Community and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Newstead. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. The Community and Social Development Overview begins on page 50 of your agenda package. As a team, we act as a catalyst and partner on community priorities, use evidence-based decision-making, seek creative opportunities to build relationships, and commit to fostering increased collective impact within Stony Plain. In working with community, we define community development as positive, purposeful action to support all members of the community. The department includes 6 portfolio areas: poverty reduction, mental wellness, inclusion, healthy relationships, youth center operations, and volunteerism and civic engagement services. For 2024, our proposed budget is $434,000, which reflects casual staffing to support the Community Helpers Program. This program will be offset by additional revenue. And the corporate initiative Together We Shine, Understanding Accessibility Project, whose funding source is the Tax Levy Stabilization Fund. The 2025 proposed budget is $492,000, which includes an increase of $35,000 to support the Year 1 implementation of the Volunteer Leadership Development Program. The balance is attributed to minor increases in program initiative areas and compensation increases according to the people policy. For 2026, the proposed budget is $657,000, which includes the addition of a full-time community development officer position and Year 2 implementation of the Volunteer Leadership Development Program. The balance, once again, is attributed to program initiative area increases and compensation increases according to the people policy. A key element of our community development approach includes partnership and collaborative development. In many respects, the municipality is uniquely placed to hold and guide various plans. However, we cannot do the work alone. We work with partnerships and collaborations to address complex community and social issues. The collective approach makes a difference as partners understand and adapt their own services and programs. We work to consider the big picture in terms of how residents access social services through life stages while reducing duplication and overlap. We leverage regional and provincial resources that are available. Community development work in the department includes community well-being and increasing sense of belonging. We use education and awareness to address social challenges and learning opportunities to give people tools to speak up and to speak out. The goal is a community where residents have a sense of belonging and community pride. In delivering the Family and Community Support Services, the FCSS program, we retain a prevention focus to ensure that no one falls behind. We track poverty and topics like affordability, income gaps, housing availability, transportation, childcare, and education. We take into consideration the unique needs and challenges of those who are often particularly disadvantaged or marginalized within our community, such as Indigenous people, members of the LGBTQ2S+ community, youth, and people with disabilities. Through public participation, we incorporate citizen input into planning and decision-making of programs and services. In using the asset-based community development approach, we build on the strengths that Stony Plain already has. Key goals for 2024 within poverty reduction include continued implementation of the Poverty Reduction Action Plan. We will continue to assess findings from the Tri-Region Housing and Service Needs Estimate and reviewing emerging information regarding our unsheltered and at risk of homelessness population. We will be working to establish a framework for affordable housing and non-market housing approaches. We are hoping to do this by working closely with the Planning and Infrastructure Department within the Housing Accelerator Fund if we are successful in that application. Within mental wellness, we'll be refining the Creating Hope service plan to include recommendations from the Roots of Hope Roundtable and the community-focused conversations that are taking place during this last quarter of 2023. We'll be evaluating and exploring sustainable options for the Community Helpers Program, which provides peer-to-peer support for youth around mental wellness. Within inclusion, we'll prioritize and begin implementing recommendations related to Together We Shine inclusion plan. For 2024, we'll be looking to complete the Understanding Accessibility project. This project will provide an assessment of town facilities as to how accessible they are for the disability community and provide recommendations for improvement. We'll continue developing a framework for stronger relationships with local Indigenous peoples and implement the municipal recommendations within the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. Within healthy relationships, our work will involve enhancing collaborative work for elder abuse and developing a sustainable approach at a regional level, and continued work with regional partners on a coordinated community approach to healthy relationships and domestic violence. For our youth center, we'll continue to review and implement actions related to youth center regional strategy development, which may include adjusting things to support the youth mental health services within the area. We'll begin foundational work to develop a social enterprise that balances learning with work experience. Within volunteer center services, our key goal is to implement priority actions identified in the Volunteer and Civic Engagement Master Plan. And we'll also be working to implement actions for a municipal volunteer program to include recruitment, training, recognition, and evaluation across the municipality. For 2025, our services are expected to remain status quo. We are proposing to move forward with a community volunteer leadership development project. In 2026, we propose the addition of a community development officer position, which will focus on inclusion and building stronger Indigenous relationships within the community. Our project and services are anticipated to remain status quo. Thank you, Your Worship. That concludes the department business plan presentations. For the next portion of the evening, administration will be presenting the fiscal plan.
Okay, thank you for the presentations on the departments. As mentioned earlier, we're going to break this day into to three. So before we go into the fiscal plan, we're going to take a 15-minute recess just to grab a little snack, and then we'll come back. Fiscal plan, it might take a little while for that, so we'll be coming back in about 15 minutes. So let's recess. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, members of council, administration, and those that are joining us in the gallery. Thank you. We just had a little recess to grab a little snack. Now we turn our focus to the fiscal plan. So this plan is administration is recommendations based on all the new initiatives, the status quo, and some of the strategic planning that council has done. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. We will now transition to the fiscal side of the corporate plan. The Statement of Operations, as presented on page 58 of the agenda package, shows the 3-year proposed revenue and expense less reserves to present the proposed tax increase for the 3 years as 6.38%, 14.84%, and 9.7%. We will evaluate these further in the next few slides. The revenue increase of $2.8 million is mainly attributable to the Housing Accelerator Grant, an increase in utility revenue, taxation growth, water commission contract, and franchise fees. On the expense side, the increase of $3.9 million is mainly attributable to the Housing Accelerator Fund, utility increases, transit, new FTEs, and initiatives. These have been detailed by the general managers in the previous slides. The 2024 tax impact is made of net operational increase in the amount of 6.38%, of which is mainly made up of net operational expense, 0.22 for transit service, 0.63 for RCMP contract increases, second year of the stage-in, with the reserve transfer to offset that of $125,000, offset by 1% in new taxation revenue for growth, and 0.95% franchise fee revenue increase. Additionally, proposed initiatives have been put forth in the amount of 4.76, split on the screen between capital, staffing, service change, and projects. The total tax impact for 2024 includes a 2% or $400,000 transfer from tax levy stabilization that was implemented in 2022 and maintained. Net operating expenses impact for 2025 totals 3.12%. The remainder of the RCMP contract increase for 2023, as well as 2024 and 2025 increase, equates to 2.96%. Growth is projected at 2% to offset. Proposed initiatives total 8.76%, with 2.55% in relation to the Recreation Center. The reversal of the tax levy stabilization 2% reduction implemented in 2022 is no longer able to be maintained due to depleted reserves. The tax levy stabilization reserve is replenished with surplus as it occurs and has not been enough to maintain this transfer into the future. 2026 follows a similar pattern with 1.97 net operating increase. RCMP anticipated contract increase and municipal employee of 1.86%, offset by 1% growth in tax revenue. Proposed initiatives total 7.64% for a total of 9.7%. The chart on the screen reflects the reserve balances split between operating and capital reserves. Funding levels to reserves have remained the same other than an increase of 0.5 tax for year 3 of the Capital Infrastructure and Replacement Initiative. The graphic on the screen portrays a funding gap that is visible mainly in the operating reserves as they are depleting over the duration of the chart. The detail of this funding gap is present in most reserve as shown on the reserve chart on page 85 of the corporate plan document or 90 of the agenda package, and continues beyond 2026. As such, projects and replacement have been shifted into future years to accommodate depleting reserves. The project capital reserve negative balance includes $1.2 million payment for school land that is being paid back through taxation through the year of 2029. As the projects requiring debt are presented in the plan, the town has shifted projects due to the debt limit constraints. As presented, the plan will exceed the internal debt limit in 2024. A reminder for council, the internal debt limit was set at 80% of the allowable amount as per MGA, however, may be exceeded as approved by council. In 2026, the debentures will be right at the total MGA limit. This leaves no room for inclement events. Debt is a financing source used to pay for typically large capital items in which reserves or grants are not able to cover. Debt is paid through taxation or user fee increases. The town has planned for significant projects requiring large cash expenditures, and as a result will be experiencing a heavy reliance on debt in the next coming years. Projects requiring debt have been evaluated and reprioritized to maintain within the debt limit. In 2024, the town will exceed the internal debt limit placed by council. This impacts the organization's financial flexibility regarding potential unknown projects without reprioritization. New debentures within the 3-year window of the corporate plan are highlighted in this chart. Debt payments occur semi-annually, and as such, only one payment is made in the first year that the debentures are withdrawn. New debt taken in 2024 will not fully impact the tax rate until 2025. 50% will be in 2024 and 50% will be in 2025. The recreation center has been spread over 3 years to stage into taxation as per the current plan. Due to a deficit in offsite levy, debenture is also required to pay for leviable projects that are front-ended. The chart on the screen portrays the long-term debt payments with current and future debt payments annually for the next 20 years. As noted in light green, our current debt payments continue to be stable for the next 10 years with little debt dropping off. The projected revenue for 2024 is consistent per revenue class to the prior year. Please note that net taxes available does not include the additional tax revenue that would exist should the proposed tax increase for 2024 be approved by council. This would add $1.3 million in tax revenue. Property taxes are used to fund the needs of the municipality. Assessment is used to ensure taxes spread equally between properties. In 2024, a 1% tax increase is equivalent to approximately $200,000. The assessment projection for 2024 includes approximately 1% in new assessment. The total projected municipal tax levy for 2024 is $21.6 million. The increase in tax levy is calculated at $2.58 per month or $30.96 annually. Annual increase for every $100,000 of residential assessment value. Based on the average home of $350,000, this would equate to $108.36 annually or $9.03 per month. Utilities are self-sustaining and independent to taxes. Commodity increases along with the proposed service changes listed account for the proposed rate increases to the utility rates. The water rate has been held due to stable commodity costs and operational expenses. Service changes impacting the utility rates include Meridian Reservoir, Central Trunk Sewer upgrades, and the snow storage design. The numbers on the screen present the new proposed rates in the amount of 4.3%, which represents operational cost increase. In 2023, we were able to carry our current contract for 1 more year without increases. The new expiry of the waste management contract is in early 2024, and the impacts are unknown at this time. The total impact to a resident based on the average house assessment of $350,000 in Stony Plain is $185.16 based on the plan proposed. This takes into account utility usage and taxation. Please note that the education tax is unknown at this time, and for the purposes of the plan, has been held at the levels of prior year. Total government transfers have been in line with the 2023 amounts. MSI is being replaced by the local government fiscal framework, of which full details have not been released, therefore certainty is unknown. For the purposes of this plan, we have maintained the MSI operating and capital amounts as per non-formal guidance from the granting authority. Housing Accelerator Grant also falls within this chart in the other government grants and is allocated over 3 years. Expense classifications remain consistent with prior years and total $45.3 million, making up a similar percentage allocation as previous years, with materials and salaries being the biggest expense categories. Expenses this year include those associated with the Housing Accelerator Fund within the 2 biggest categories. The proposed staffing complement for 2024 is 152 full-time equivalents. Compensation increases included in the plan is a 2% compensation increase for union and non-union, merit step increases for both groups, and 1.9% increase to council as per council compensation policy. Grants provided to the town are outlined on this page and have overall been maintained at the same level as previous years at $1.7 million. Additional grant requests in the amount of $136,500 have not been included within the plan, however, are outlined on this chart. They include requests from the Pioneer Museum, Stony Plain Library, Sky Dancer Indigenous Cultural Center, TransAlta Tri-Leisure Center, and Yellowhead Regional Library for a total tax impact of 0.68% should council want to add those into the plan. Administration continues to build on asset management practices and financial forecasting for the town-owned and planned assets. The data achieved from this process continues to refine the 10-year needs as well as funding strategies to support. Note funding gaps still exist as outlined within the capital plans on page 74 and 75 of the corporate plan document, or 79 and 80 of the agenda. Annual shifts within the capital plans are executed to work within the financial means of the reserves. The proposed plan includes the 0.5% transfer to capital infrastructure and equipment to continue to reduce the gap that exists. Just back one slide, please. Thank you. Tangible capital assets include a variety of assets as listed on this slide. The chart breaks out each asset class, including all additions over the next 3 years. This chart includes replacement, growth, and contributed assets. The Recreation Center would be shown in the 2023 bar graph on this chart, as approved in last year's corporate plan at $15 million. The corporate plan will seek council's approval of capital budget in the amount of $28,174,882, of which includes contributed assets in the amount of $6.5 million. Outlined on the presentation is a breakout between municipal, utility, replacement, and growth. In the next few slides, the graphics will show the light green bars as replacement capital and the dark green bars as new or growth capital. The first slide is civic infrastructure, which will be defined as assets required for the town to provide services. This includes items such as the town office building, public works facility, and software. Growth items in this category include Old Town South redevelopment and the Public Works facility. Recreation, parks, and culture include assets needed to support delivery of recreation services. Examples of this include arena, pool, and parks equipment. 2828 includes the Umbeck off-leash dog park. The recreation center is not reflected in this chart as it is not being provided for approval within this plan. Community infrastructure includes assets primarily used by the community. Examples are Heritage Park Pavilion and the Community Center. In 2025, the construction of the cemetery is demonstrated on the chart. Transportation classification includes roads, trails, and sidewalk network infrastructure. This includes roads, trails, backlanes, and bridges. Major growth capital items include the Transportation Safety Program in 2025, second pedestrian rail underpass in 26. Storm infrastructure is included in this area. Major growth projects include Heritage Park storm drainage, South Business storm pond, flood mitigation strategy, and snow storage site. Water infrastructure main projects include water network mains in 2024 and water reservoir upgrades in future years. Included in the corporate plan window includes the water network mains, water reservoir upgrades, and the water meter replacement. Wastewater infrastructure major projects include wastewater network upgrades and central trunk construction. This concludes the fiscal plan presentation. I will now turn it over to our town manager.
Your worship, and to the rest of council, again, I just want to thank the team and the team behind the team and the team behind that team for all of the work that went into the presentation you just received from us. Again, there's a great deal of information presented in a fairly succinct and specific manner. Much of the charts, much of the presentation format has held consistent to potentially allow for council to appreciate any of the changes in any of the documents from year to year. Your worship, certainly at this point in time, both myself and the senior leadership team and are able to provide further commentary on specific projects, answer questions, or provide any other response or insight that Mayor and Council may require at this point in time. Your worship, one more quick reminder. I know that we will be back here tomorrow. In the event that we're unable to answer a question or provide a specific number at this time, we would be endeavoring to do that tomorrow. Past practice, that we would try to get that information to council early in the afternoon and certainly have it available when council attends tomorrow at 4:30 on the desk, so to speak. And even at that point can provide a little bit of further background on the information being provided. So, Your Worship, with that, I will most welcomely turn it back over to you and council.
Thank you much, Town Manager and General Managers and Managers Finance for that presentation. It's nice to hear all the initiatives and continuation of initiatives that are listed for us for 24, 25, and 26. Members of council, this is the opportunity for us to ask questions for clarity and understanding. And again, administration is not there to debate with us, so we're just asking questions for clarity and understanding. The ability to debate and move this corporate plan to make it ours is for us when we start making motions to adjust a few things that we see want to bring forward or push back based on the corporate plan. I would ask every member to use your hard copy when you're referring to questions and comments. Please state a page number so we can all follow along. And that way, when we're asking those questions, it is a lot more succinct and clear for the administration to answer those questions. Okay. Okay, with that, I'll ask the first question. In terms of page 6 of our corporate plan that was presented to council, I don't think administration mentioned how these initiatives are brought forward. And right there on page 6 has the kind of percentages of prioritization. Can administration provide some content to that, as we have people in the gallery and that are watching at home that may not have the opportunity to read it and understand what those percentages are?
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 6 of the corporate plan, we outline the prioritization matrix and criteria that administration uses to review and evaluate all of the initiatives that are submitted to help develop the corporate plan. These are provided by all the members of our team throughout the organization and, are fed into our administrative review process early on. Typically it's in Q2, of our year. And so when SLT and our team reviews and evaluates all of the submissions, there are business cases presented to administration to track through the need, the requirement, and the impacts and the value and the cost of those initiatives. Each of those initiatives is evaluated and considered individually by our SLT team and then collectively confirmed through our review and prioritization process in order to move forward for consideration and further financial analysis by our corporate services team. So the criteria that's laid out in page 6 identifies a weighted level of criteria. The first weight is strategy at 40%, and we have key points of consideration that define what strategy includes and how it's considered. The second is our service impact at 30%, and looking at key points to consider based on existing service levels, new service levels, and the consideration of the community and requirements of that. The third piece of criteria is implementation at 20%, and the overall benefit to efficiency and effectiveness of service improvements that the particular business case or initiative provides. And then the final criteria is the risk factors at 10%. So in terms of looking at, the improvement or value that is provided to safety, liability, and ensuring that we are taking consideration of the regulatory requirements that may support the initiative as well. So, Your Worship, hopefully that answers your question, and that is the criteria that we've been utilizing for our administrative corporate plan reviews for a number of years now.
Okay, thank you very much for the update, and appreciate that, just so that we have contents of why initiatives are brought forward and why other initiatives are maybe not brought forward, but they're in future years that we can see in the 3-year plan and also in the longer 10-year capital and 50-year capital plans. Members of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking to page 10 and 11 of the corporate plan, specifically tables 3 and 5. In our corporate plan from last year, the Public Works building, I believe, was scheduled for 2026, with the municipal cemetery slated for this upcoming year. In the proposed plan, this year, the Public Works facility has been advanced to 2024, with the cemetery being moved back or pushed back a year to 2025. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to administration, just looking for some clarity and context for the reprioritization of these two projects.
Thank you. This is good, nice, well noted. Administration?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can speak to that. So just in dialogue and in understanding of discussions at the council strategic planning processes, and we've looked at it to make an attempt to advance advance the Public Works facility into the earlier parts of the plan, i.e. 2024, but remain with the commitment to the cemetery, which does show up in 2025 and is fully funded at this point in time. So, Your Worship, I would just say it was a rebalancing of priority and an attempt to hit both of those capital projects within the plan timeframe, and also within what I would consider fiscal realities related to reserve levels and capital project funding and so on. And I'll stop there, Your Worship. It was a rebalancing of those priorities for those reasons.
Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick follow-up to that, if you don't mind, through you to administration, the comment of rebalancing priorities in terms of the fiscal realities and the depleting reserve levels. With the information we have before us, it actually looks like the cemetery was a lower cost project at 3.168 million versus the Public Works first phase at 4.9. And so just looking for some additional clarity on understanding and advancing a more costly project when we understand that our debt limit is reaching that internal limit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And again, I believe, and I may ask our manager of finance to speak to the funding portions or the grant portions aspects. But again, the notion was to attempt to find a way to fund both of them within the current plan year and within the current term of council. And what you see before you is the result of that attempt. And I'll just comment if our manager of finance wants to add anything to the funding aspects. Please do so. Just saying no.
Okay, any other comments from administration?
No, Your Worship, I think she's declining.
Okay, and I'll just actually add something as well, because when I was reading through the corporate plan, I recognized that as well there, Councilor Anderson. And I think also has something to do with kind of staffing as well. If looking at the staffing charts, once the cemetery is built, there is additional staff, which then does add to the budget constraints, and I think that's something that they're trying to balance. And I think that's what I heard from the town manager, of balancing priority and budget constraints.
Your Worship, and if I can expand just a little bit further, I think when we sat down earlier in the spring, as part of the planning timeline that was up on the screen, the three main, council strategic capital projects were the Public Works facility, the recreation facility, and the cemetery construction. Those were the three that we attempted to ensure would have, funding or doable sequence of events to bring those forward and have them completed or begun during the term of council.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Hansard. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have right now 5 questions, but I'm going to pick 2. And first one I'll go with is to ask perhaps our town manager.
Page number, please.
Sorry, in the hard copy that we have, page 30 of 88. I'm not actually pointing out anything, but I'd like a question answered to refresh our memory. What can be funded from our policing and public safety reserve? And please clarify where the dollars that are in that reserve come from.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, through to Councillor Hansard and the rest of council, I will provide some commentary on that, but then see if staff want to add anything further. So the Policing and Public Safety Reserve, I believe, is primarily funded through photo radar or automated traffic enforcement revenue. And I believe the General Manager of Community Protective Services had indicated a bit earlier that for different reasons, some I would say some good, some bad, that revenue source has been declining. We sometimes will chalk that up to the fact that our program is effective, but as council is probably, I would think, aware, it's also fairly focused. It operates strictly in school zones for the most part, and certain points in time in the day. So if I don't have the numbers in front of me, but to throw back to 8 or 9 years ago, the number was, the revenue line was quite higher, subsequently making the transfer to reserve amount lower that goes into the reserve. What is funded or typically funded through there? Generally, councils of the past, administrative in the past, have tried to ensure that the funding there goes to things that would be a bit of a relatively direct line to community and protective services. So I know we funded peace officer vehicles. We have funded pedestrian signaling through there. I'm drawing a blank after those two. Your worship, I'm going to stop and I'm just going to check if the manager of finance or anybody else wants to just clarify anything that I've said. So.
Another project that was funded from there is the sort of lights on our trails. That's been
Yes.
coming through that as well. And then also different initiatives that are one-offs in terms of community safety as well, in terms of mental health and wellness as well, that has come out of that funding revenue stream. Administration? Anything else to add?
Thank you, through you, your worship, to council. As per our restricted surplus and reserve policy, the intent of the policing and public reserve is very similar to what the town manager had stated, and basically is established to provide emergency funds for the cost of any major crime investigation and/or to pay for specific policing and public safety initiatives. And so we do have some of those examples that have been funded in the past, and we do have some initiatives that are funded through there that is leaving so some of the transportation safety program and crosswalk is being funded through there in 2024, which is depleting the reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Hansard?
Thank you, your worship. Follow up on that one question. I'm just clarifying. We do not position our photo radar vehicles to be in busy areas trying to garner the highest dollar possible from fines to supply money to that reserve. Is that correct?
Yeah, your worship, I would say that's correct. I believe the general manager can speak a little bit to the manner in which it's deployed.
Your worship, through to Councillor Hansard and the rest of council, certainly the original start of the program many years ago in many communities, certainly traffic volume was the more favorable positions for automated traffic to be undertaken. In Stony Plain, there's been a concerted effort to ensure that they're in the zones of which are more critical to our community, which are playground and school zones. As the province continues to evolve the program, they have placed some restrictions on what we can and can't do, and certainly the school zone and playground zones continue to be high priority areas for us, where we put about 90% of our effort is related to those particular zones. The other would be locations where collisions are occurring quite frequently, but there's other measures that we have to undertake under the new program that have to be in place first before we can put automated out. So we can't just pick a road and because it's got 1,000 vehicles going down it and put a photo radar there. It's not permitted. So zones where people can be killed quite often, which would be school zone, playground zones, and construction zones, are certainly priority areas for automated traffic.
Okay, thank you for all of that. I'm very well aware of it, Mr. Mayor, but I know when we have a watching public online and perhaps someone in council chambers who's not aware, I think it's worth noting that Stony Plain never did see our photo radar as a cash cow, but as a true means to try to gain some control over safety, particularly in areas where it's highly needed. Without asking what's exactly in that reserve, I know our package does speak to that, but I wanted to ask if there's anything in our proposed spending in this package that could be draw some money from that reserve. I'm not sure if the pedestrian undercrossing for the railroad would fall in that category, and I don't believe that we would have enough money in it, but I'm just wondering if we've left any stone unturned in how that reserve might be able to take some of the dollar pressure off of other areas in our budget that's before us for consideration.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, your worship, to Councillor Hansard and all of council. As mentioned, the transportation safety program and crosswalk is depleting the reserve fully in 25 and 26.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. And may I ask my second question?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I guess this would be a bit of a tongue-in-cheek question. On page 44 of 88, we have an item there that is entered at $235,000 to establish 2 electric vehicle recharging stations. I know that there's been a certain amount of talk in the media, just about any media where you go, that there is some reconsideration being given about electric vehicles, the high cost of battery replacement, the lack of reliability perhaps in some models of electric vehicle for charging, how long it takes to charge, and who is really footing the bill for those chargings, electric chargings of vehicles. I know people pay. The question for me would be, do they pay the full cost? And would the town ever consider building or contributing to the building or establishment of a gas station for gas-powered vehicles, as we are looking at contributing to electric vehicle charging stations to enable those vehicles to be recharged so they can run? That's the tongue-in-cheek part.
And Council Hazard, Administration?
Your Worship, certainly, the implementation and the rollout of charging stations has taken various forms. You are starting to see more happening in commercial aspects, but typically, or at least recently, local governments have been in that game, so to speak, and have been installing some of these charging stations, in various spots in the community. Your Worship, I can also add, we have applied for some grants. We weren't successful. There are other initiatives out there that we try to keep our eye on or keep our ear to the ground on, so to speak. And although this is noted for 2026, it is a part of the reality that we see, and we will keep our ear to the ground. If we were to see other grants, we might apply and see if we can advance it. But I'll just stop there, Your Worship. There are other grants. We try for them. We didn't get one. We would continue to do so, and that could change the timing of the initiative. But I guess the other thing I can comment on is you can see by the nature of this particular one, it's not the intent at this point isn't to have a significant and all around the community kind of rollout. These would be targeted, I believe, at a couple of our facilities that we own, and I believe they are the higher level 3s and level 2s. So.
Thank you. And moving on to Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Sorry, this is just a follow-up to this. Councillor Hansard mentioned that she knows that the users pay, and I imagine she means they pay for the use. I'm just curious, would we be looking to obviously charge, and would we recoup the costs of this program?
Your Worship, just for clarity, these would not be revenue generating. We would be providing this service to those particular users. That's the way it's intended at this time.
Okay, go ahead. Deputy Mayor, anything else to add? Another question.
Oh, no, sorry, I do have some other questions, but I'll...
Yeah, no, I'm coming to you now.
Oh, okay. Well, I had one question about table number, sorry, it's still on. Table number 7 was, sorry, community volunteer leadership. It's on page 13. Community volunteer leadership development, and it speaks to the next phase of the rollout includes increased capacity development of volunteers. And to enhance their skill sets. I'm curious if this is an ongoing or a one-time cost.
Okay. Administration?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Deputy Mayor and the rest of Council. The intent of the Community Volunteer Leadership is to launch it over a 2-year period, do an evaluation and see how successful it is before we would decide whether or not it would become part of regular operations. We currently provide leadership support to volunteers for some specific training related to their volunteer roles. This program would enhance the entire capacity of leadership at the volunteer level, and so in doing so, we would hope to increase the number of volunteer leaders that we would have in the community, people ready to take on board positions, perhaps be a champion for a project that they see has a need in the community.
Thank you. Another follow-up? We're good.
No follow-up to that one.
Okay. Councillor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll refer to page 8 of our package. So as I read through this package tonight, yesterday and the day before, I have a lot of questions regarding this whole corporate plan, where we sit within our community, and how close we get to our debt levels. So these questions are going to surround what ifs. What if we took out this? What is the cost related to the community? What is the course of action that could come out of it to be implemented down the road when we are in a bit better financial position? So much like a business, sometimes when you look at stuff, there is stuff that, yes, is in our strat plan. There is stuff that we have high wishes for and stuff that's already started. When I look at the Old Town South redevelopment, we've done a number of things within our community to enhance a lot of this project. But at the same time, when I look at it, there's $4.26 million of debt that is coming in question. So my question really is simple. What if this was tabled for down the road? What does that look like for our community?
Thank you for the question. Maybe if I can just track the line of questioning there, and maybe ask our general manager to comment on the bulk of that number is in 2024 infrastructure spend, as well as an infrastructure spend a couple of years out. So if I can ask our general manager to just speak to those capital projects and the why and where and how and what.
Thank you, Town Manager. For the infrastructure construction, just for clarity of the initiative, that's to support the stormwater servicing within the Brickyard for the future community recreation center. Currently, the town has a lack of a better word, a temporary stormwater servicing in that area. With the goal of working with the developer to support this the long-term stormwater servicing in the northwest corner of the Brickyard subdivision. This will require some investment from the town to potentially oversize the pond that is planned in that location, as well as the necessary stormwater piping to take it there. Additionally, in 2024, as mentioned in the presentation, there was the implementation of the annual facade improvements and placemaking grants for local businesses. In going forward, Town Manager, that goes into 2025 and 2026 with the additional initiatives around the community, the downtown community center, as well as the parking strategy.
Your Worship, if I may just kind of lead this commentary or question a little bit here. I would ask that if there's some clarity as to the actual physical projects that were being proposed, and could maybe just have those reiterated again. So what the construction plan for 2024 and the construction for 2026, I just want to make sure that that's understood. And I'm looking for head nods, frankly.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for clarity for. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Your Worship, if I can allow a little further just on the financing proposed. I know our Manager of Finance can probably speak to a little more of the delineation of the financing of that particular sort of 4.6 related number.
Thank you.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Pletchko and all of council. So just to delineate that over $4 million there in that within that table. Of that, on page 56 of the hard copy, or 61 of the agenda package, we'll see the new debt outlined. And so you'll see Old Town South Storm Development. Table 2 referenced twice in the first section, which is the utility-based section. So in 2024, there will be $2.5 million, the debenture taken through utilities and paid for by utility rates. And then the additional larger $1 million taken in 2026 for an additional $1 million for the Old Town South Central School storm. The smaller amounts, as outlined in Table 2 on page 8 of the hard copy document, there are a plethora of funding sources there. So the debenture is all funded by the storm rate, which would total $3.5 million. And then there are also some of those smaller amounts reserve funded and tax base. And I believe the tax base only piece that's tax-based is the annual facade improvement and placemaking grant program of $20,000 and the downtown parking strategy of $60,000. So fairly small touch base to the tax base.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Move over to Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, on page 12 of our package, when we look at the second pedestrian rail underpass, I noticed the funding source says debenture funded, tax base, grant, and tax base. First question is, why is it listed as tax base twice? And second question was there any consideration for collaboration with CN as this is a safety concern for their rail?
Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes and all of council. And so the detailed design of $310,000 is funded by the tax base. And then the construction is a combination of debenture, which is funded by tax base, so the financing source is debenture. But the funding source is still taxation to pay for the debenture and the grant. And so this project is dependent on the grant. We are over 2 years waiting for a response in this grant. And so once we do receive a response from this grant, we will revisit the costs, and we obviously will have to engage CN to understand the timing of when they can put it on their programming as well. The grant does have stipulations that it must be built within 3 years, so that would be taken into consideration, which is why we have actually pushed this out in this reiteration of the corporate plan from last year. I believe it was further closer to, but because of the grant application and the stipulation of the 3 years, we have put it as far as we can within this corporate plan in 2026. And so that's the information that we have at this time.
Thank you. Anything else,
Your
Councillor
Worship,
Loynes?
sorry, I'll just add quickly too that, so again, the grant we're seeking is actually through the federal government, part of the rail safety and I forget the exact title of it, but it is a federal government grant process. Regarding collaboration with CN, we have had some dialogues with them. They are aware that, this is part of our, a potential priority for the town. If we were to be receiving a grant, we would probably have further dialogue with CN about any potential cost sharing. But just to be clear with council, that's not historically CN's game, and I wouldn't expect for CN to be involved in the direct funding of the project itself. Could be surprised. We would ask. We would talk about it, but it's not something that we would rely upon.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Okay. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a lot of questions for clarity in respect to this plan. So I'll ask one of the ones that I think has stood out and was already touched on a little bit here, and then we'll keep going around the horn. But certainly, I think I've got about 5 pages of clarity that I'm looking for. I'm going to start in respect to the town's debt limit and the way that the town's debt limit is presented in this report, because to be honest, I'm a little confused. So from a reference perspective, there's a lot of different pages that we can reference. You can look at page 85 in our hard copy, page 57 in our hard copy, and then they'll also be looking at pages 50, 51, and 52 in our hard copy. And then the presentation we received tonight, I'm actually wondering if we can get this one up on the screen. If we could get page 125 of 150, which is the debt limit line chart, if we could get that put up on the screen.
That's also on page 57 of our corporate plans.
Excellent, thank you very much. So in respect to the municipal debt limit, from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, the debt limit is 1.5 times the total revenue shown in the municipality's most recent audited financial statements. So what we're being shown here, and what I'm going to ask administration, is we're being shown a flat line from 2024 all the way through 2033 in regards to our municipal debt limit. But if we look at 2023 to 2024, we actually see a $6 million increase in our debt limit. When I look at pages 50, 51, and 52, we are projecting growth within our corporate plan because we're recognizing that as a certain percentage in the plan. So for 2024, we're projecting 1% growth. 2025, we're projecting 2% growth. And then 2026, we're projecting 1% growth. And this is an assessment value. If we're growing an assessment value, that equates to growing in revenue. So how come when we look at our municipal debt limit in this plan, are we not forecasting out what we actually believe our debt limit may be? Why are we presenting our 2024 debt limit essentially as infinite?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. The revenue, the debt limit total, was intentionally held at 2024 level. So the 2024 increase is shown there based on the proposed corporate plan. The future was held there as well, given that the 2024 rates have not been approved, the 25 rates have not been approved, 26 rates have not been approved as well. So for demonstration purposes, to show if growth doesn't occur, if the tax rate isn't approved, we've just held it at the same rate. And so you are correct to state that if the revenue came in or was approved, the tax rate was approved, the revenue will increase. As a result, our future debt limit will also increase, and as well as if we bring on the rec center, the revenue from that will increase that as well. This was really just for demonstration purposes, to show if there is no growth, if there is no approval of an additional tax increase, that this is where we would be in 2027, where we'll see the increase.
Excellent, thank you, and I appreciate that, but nowhere in the document did it provide that context, which to the inexperienced eye of a public member looking at this presentation, they're going to be screaming the town's going to be broke in 2027, we're going to be overextended, which isn't necessarily the case. So I'm wondering if for tomorrow, could we have the same time period, a 10-year time period, but going backwards, to actually show what the year-over-year increase in our municipal debt limit was, to provide an additional level of context, to show that our actual numbers do show the debt limit increasing? And then when this plan is finalized, can we have some type of a context statement added to the plan that recognizes the municipal debt limit is likely to grow with the additions of corporate plans, improved budgets, inflation, etc. However, this is projecting a zero growth scenario. Is that something reasonable that administration could provide?
Your worship, maybe just quick comments on that. So I think we can certainly take that under advisement. I don't want to. I don't want to assume how much work is involved to do that by tomorrow. I believe we probably could. You mean just run a static number? A simple 1.5% increase over the course of X amount of years. We can get a bit of a chart looking there. I would expect as we get towards November 27th and final approvals and whatnot, that we could probably tighten that up or make some changes or whatever. But I think I'll just stop there. I think we can provide some projection. If we can do exactly what was being asked, then we will do so in the course of time. But I'm just going to stop there, Your Worship.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in there too, because I did have that highlighted as well in terms, why the debt limit has not increased, because when that increases, also our servicing ability also increases as well. Since in the corporate plans, we only approve 1 year, the other 2 years are kind of placeholders so that we know what's going on. But yet, through the whole corporate plan, as administration has kind of referenced, we're projecting a 1% growth each and every year. It could be more than that, it could be less. But in terms of talking about the debt limit, if we're projecting through the corporate plan using a 1% growth, then we should also use the 1% growth to the debt limit as well. And I think that addresses some of the issues that, without reviewing this entire budget, and as a layperson, my first year in council in 2007, this was foreign to me. Like, I didn't understand what the debt limit is and why this happened. And we went out as well and we saw our debt limit surpassing, in 3 years, because all the projects that we wanted to do in 2007. But once it was explained to us that it was just held flat because we can't use those numbers because we don't know, right? So we're not trying to guess. So that's why it's flatlined. But having some kind of accelerator, if we're projecting a 1% growth in our assessment value, then we should definitely then project a 1% growth in our debt limit level.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship and rest of council. We can put some time into that, and I believe the underlying principle is just some context to the projection that's being made. Whether it's a projected increase, it's a forecast, it's an estimate. It's not, the further out it goes, the tougher it is to say it's solid. But just maybe some more context around the chart itself and the dialogue there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a good comment, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate that from administration. Move on to my next question. Excellent. Thank you very much, Your Worship. This one's a much simpler one. On page number 10, table number 3, the Public Works Facility, there is the funding source has been listed as debenture funded by tax base and by grant. I'm unaware of a grant that the town has received for this project. I'm just wondering if we can get some context on the grant funding involved.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of council. There were some shifting of priorities that were explained at the beginning of this question and answer period, and that the grant is our MSI grant that we are being utilized for this facility to reduce the tax impact on the debenture and reduce the amount of debenture that needed to be drawn.
Excellent. And then for clarity, out of the $7.272 million, can you advise how much of that is expected to be debenture funded?
Thank you. I'll draw attention to page 56, the new debt chart on the hard copy. That would be page 61 of the agenda package. Under the tax base section, it has Public Works Facility Phase 1 at just over, that is the total, total debenture, just over $2 million. And then in 2026, another $2.3 million for Phase 2.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Right, we're gone through the horn once, so let's start again. Councillor Anderson, go ahead. Any questions for clarity and understanding?
Thank you. I'm going to jump back to Councillor Laurie's previous question. I had kind of a similar train of thought, but a little bit of a different question. And so looking at page 56 and 57, again, in relation to the debt limits there, I will bring attention to page 70 as well. There's just a note towards the bottom of the page that speaks to, or about halfway, I guess, interest on long-term debt, that we remain well within the limit in terms of our debt servicing level. So on page 57, we see that we're looking to exceed our internal debt limit, potentially exceed the MGA debt limit as well, but our debt servicing levels are still in a good place. When I look at the table on 56, we see that close to 60% approximately of the debt that we're looking at for the upcoming year would be non-tax-based funded, so utility-based or off-site levy, et cetera. Can you maybe just provide some commentary on kind of the two sections of our fiscal planning, the debt limit levels and the debt servicing levels, and kind of the contrast that we see there between the two, and how the utility-based and off-site levy debentures that aren't tax-based funded, how those fit into our total debt limit?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. So just to first answer your first question regarding debt limit versus debt servicing limit, those are two separate calculations, and the debt servicing is a lot more generous. However, you can't exceed one or the other, and so it is accurate that our debt servicing ability is a lot greater than our debt limit. And so to answer your second question in regards to the new debt that is broken out on page 56 of the hard document or page 61 of the agenda package, we did break out the new debt based on where the impact is. So the first section is utility-based, so will be serviced by utility rates. The second section is actually debenture required because we do not have the cash or have not collected the levy for these projects. These projects are all slated as off-site leviable, and so that means that the developer is required to pay through the off-site levy. However, the off-site levy is not collected until development occurs, and so through the projected plan, these projects are planned on in these years. And however, our levy fund balances is not significant enough to cover these construction costs, which would require us to debenture for these construction costs. And so that still goes against our debt limit. And then the third section is just tax-based, which I think is fairly straightforward.
Thank you for that. So just one really quick point of clarity for my own understanding. The offsite levy, front-ending, and tax base are included in our debt limit. How does the utility base fit into that? Are those included in this debt limit that we see as well? Or those, because they're not, directly funded, but indirectly funded, are they still included in that debt limit chart?
Through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council, all of the utility-based debt is included in the debt limit calculation, as well as the utility revenue. So those are both holistically within the calculation.
Okay. Thank you.
Any follow-up on that? You're good? Okay. Before I jump on to the next councillor, I just have a note here as well. Based on the fact that we're talking about offset levies, when council reviewed the offset levies and we approved them with the recreational component, at that time we were talking about a recreation center back in 2022 costing about $15 million, give or take. Now that with the cost escalations and the extra partnership with the Westridge Curling Rep, now that facility now has increased to $40 million. So is it appropriate for the town council to review those offset levies to increase that part? Because when we approved it, it was based on a $15 million project, but now we're actually talking about a $40 million project. I know just recently our neighbor down the road had their offset levies redone, and they had included their $80 million rec center to that offset levy.
Yeah, Your Worship, I can maybe make a brief comment on that one. So the short answer is yes. Offsite levies are subject to review, and they are subject to movement based on projected costs, whether frankly that's recreation, roadway, wastewater, whatever it may be. So that short answer is yes, those can be reviewed.
Okay, thank you. On to Councillor Hansard. Another question for you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next question that I would like to ask is on page 51. This is for the year 2025, not the exact next year that we're budgeting for, but it does it is taken in context. There is an item under the proposed initiatives, 1.41% projects. The third one down says destination development and marketing. And I'm wondering what dollar value is attached to this, if any? And is that, what would economic, that's a different question, sorry. Is there a dollar value attached to that item, the destination development marketing? Would it come under economic development by any chance? Something that they're already doing within their budget?
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. So I'll ask members of council to turn to page 23. As referenced on there, goes to table 13, which is a destination marketing and marketing, and it comes from the tax base of $27,000 and $27,500.
Okay.
But I do appreciate you bringing that up because I do have a follow-up question on that, if you don't mind me.
I certainly don't.
Okay, in terms of this marketing development destination, I guess, trying to bring up some awareness and some promotions within town of Stony Plain. So my question to that is, would this be a contract position, RFD for services, or will it be a casual appointment?
Your Worship, and to the rest of council, the Destination Development and Marketing program that has been proposed for 2025 that you see on page 23 of your agenda package, table 13. So this is a program that has been proposed to occur and be led by our Culture and Tourism unit. So the intent would be to work with tourism operators in the community on a collaborative marketing program to promote and attract visitors into the community, identify product development and programming that could be articulated and shared and promoted through that program. So just for clarity, Your Worship, this is not a position or a contracted service. This would be executed by our existing administration, and it would be partnered and funded in collaboration with tourism partners within the community. So those partnerships have yet to be defined, of course, but we have a network, of course, of our tourism partners, both not-for-profit and businesses, that we would look to engage in this program development. I hope that answers the question for you, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Hansard?
I think that does answer my question.
Thank you. Do you have another one?
I do have one other.
Go ahead.
On page 69, under 2026 again, that's only just a blink of an eye around the corner, you know. One item is mentioned there to add a full-time position for a digital media coordinator. That's not next year's budget, but would somebody be able to please explain what a digital media coordinator would do that is not being done now?
Okay, go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just ask, through Your Worship, to Councillor Hansard and all of council. The digital media coordinator position is outlined on table 14, which is on page 23 of the corporate plan. This position has been identified to support and enhance our digital marketing programs and services. Currently, at this point in time, our existing staffing within our commercial communications business unit are supporting our digital media and services to communicate through those outlets. We also have casual support that is being utilized to enhance and augment that. The growth and demand for ongoing communications through our digital media, so this would include both our social media accounts as well as our existing website, would be serviced by the addition of this position, which is proposed for 2026.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, follow up to that, please.
Go ahead.
Follow up to that, Mr. Mayor. I just am curious, we've got there on table 14 that there would be a salary connected with this position of $98,900. That sounds like something more than a coordinator position to me. I'm just wondering if that is a direct report to our CAO, or would there be another person that would be their immediate supervisor or boss?
Go ahead, Administration.
Your worship, through to Councillor Hansard, so this position would be residing within our communications business unit. This includes both its total compensation that's been presented as that cost, so it's their salary, benefits, and other requirements would be included to fund that position in total. And this position would report to our senior communications officer.
And would that person be Ms. Barsby?
Your worship, through to Councillor Hansard, our senior communications officer, yes, is Stephanie Barsby Boisvert.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Move on to Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you. Going to the social and community end of our thing. Together We Shine work being done on accessibility. Similar question to what you had. Is this a contracted position? Is this an ongoing permanent position?
And that's page 47.
I'm not even sure.
Yeah, that's table 49. Administration?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor and the rest of Council. The Together We Shine Accessibility, Understanding Accessibility project is intended to be a contract, and it would be a contract to review our facilities, provide some advice and guidance on how they could be made more accessibly friendly, and allow us to take advantage of some of the work that's going on through our facility condition assessment work and make some adjustments as needed to support facilities to be more accessible to residents. So it is intended to be a contract and on a short-term basis to give an initial review to our existing facilities. As new facilities come on board, that accessibility review is part of the initial design and planning stages.
Anything else?
Switching gears, I don't have a page for this one, but listening to our manager of planning and infrastructure, one of the projects he highlighted was trail improvements in 2024. And I'm just curious if there's like a corresponding table that I would be able to see because I'm curious. I was under the impression that this was a program much like the road maintenance. It was we were going to take little bites every year. So, and I'm just curious if there's a table that says that.
Okay, I think the closest ones, I think we believe that there is a R&M budget for trails and maintenance. The one that I saw on the corporate plan was on page 42, which is table 40, which is the active transportation strategy. That is to develop 2 trails that are currently not in existence, and they're on 44th Avenue, so the north side and the south side. So I think reference that's like, is there, I think from that is there a master list of what trails we want to create? Because we already know we maintain and rehab.
No, sorry, it's actually the opposite way around. I saw this and I saw the trails and I thought to myself, okay, that's a new trail. I'm curious about the maintenance of the old ones.
Okay, so we have a R&M budget. That's not here. So I think Councillor Myers is looking for, Deputy is looking for, is there a list? And can you, is there a specific area you're looking for?
If there was, I know there is a list.
Yes, there is.
If maybe for tomorrow's meeting, I would love to see that list.
Your Worship, through the Councillor Meyer, appreciate the opportunity to clarify that comment on the trail improvements. So you're correct in the assertion the active transportation implementation is for trails that don't exist or for new trails to be installed to promote active transportation. That is separate from trails improvements as a rehabilitation project. So council may recall a couple of years back we had completed a condition assessment of our trails, and we used that within our existing operating budgets to go through priority trails that are identified from that work. So we use that map and we work with our operations team to determine which ones need the most work right now, and we work within the operating budgets that's provided to address those. So I could provide the next priorities down as additional information for later, just to show where we're going next. It's not outlined in this document outright as it's a normal operations that we're just using.
Okay, I appreciate that it's not necessarily part of the discussion for the corporate plan, but I would appreciate the list.
Okay. I think Deputy Mayor makes make sure that there is R&M each and every year.
Through your worship, yes, there is a regular line item within the operations team to address trail rehabilitation.
Thank you. Move on to Councilor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll refer to page 22, table 12 of our corporate plan. Culture and Tourism Advisor. As I read through that, the position is casual support today. And I'm wondering, by taking this to a full-time basis, what is the level of service today we are providing? Where do we want the level to be? And what do we hope to achieve by having this individual as a full-time position?
Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Pletchko and all of Council. So the Culture and Tourism Advisor position is capacity that has been enhanced. So currently, yes, we have a casual staffing position that provides, I would say, less than part-time support to the business unit to provide programming, event capacity. So this position would take that to a full-time position and shift those resources from casual to that full-time capacity. The intent behind that is guided primarily by the recommendations that were outlined both in the Tourism Master Plan as well as our Arts, Culture, and Heritage Master Plan. So the intent would be for this position to be providing programming and project and event support through those initiatives. And so, you know, the capacity in probably 2024 would be to create sort of an onboarding and an opportunity for them to work with our existing staff to be brought up to speed on our existing programs and services. We have a public art project that we've identified for 2024. We've also identified enhancements to both summer sessions and Midsummer Thursdays within our operating budgets to help generate further interest and opportunity around those existing events. In 2025, that would be primarily where we would start to see some of the services of that position really take it at a higher level. And so that's where the initiative, which has been identified, the Destination Marketing Program, would really engage with our tourism stakeholders to look for opportunities to develop programs and services and product development to market more tourism initiatives within the community. That's primarily what we've identified for sort of the opportunity to grow the capacity in those two areas at this point in time. Hopefully that answers your question, but I'd be happy to speak to it further if not.
Okay. Councilor Pletchko.
If I could just ask one more question regarding that. I believe in our tourism master plan that we had a while ago, it spoke to a tax levy that would support this position. And I'm just wondering why that tax levy has not been brought forward when we've already talked about it.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard, just to clarify, are you referencing the destination marketing fee that is identified for hotel room rates? And you're nodding to acknowledge yes. So that...
Just to clarify.
No, that's okay.
It's Councillor Pletchko, not Councillor Hansard. But thanks anyway.
It's only 7:10. My apologies for that. Thinking and talking at the same time is not a good idea. So the Destination Marketing Fund, I believe, is what you're referencing. I just wanted to confirm that, and you acknowledged yes. So that is a rate that is applied to someone that would purchase a hotel room rate within our community. Those funds would be collected by the hotels and then offered to the community or to the municipality for tourism and marketing purposes. So that was identified and is identified within our tourism master plan, and it is still a recommendation that we intend to look at addressing and moving forward. It is not within the early stages of the corporate plan program, so within the 3-year window. However, certainly we do intend to move that forward. It also has potential benefits as a regional initiative, and we really do need to look at opportunities to work on that project at a regional level, and so that will require some effort on administration's part to work with our hotel accommodators and work with our regional partners to move that destination marketing fund forward. So the quick answer is that yes, it is still identified as a recommendation within the corporate plan window at this point in time. We are not confident to put it forward right now, but it certainly is still on for consideration for future.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's everything. Okay, I'm just going to tag on to that because I do have a note for this session as well. So in terms of the cost, which is $104,000 and $500 based on the tax base, through the presentation it was mentioned that's all in, so that's salary, benefits, IT support, IT, whatever, like enterprise software programming that they have to pay for. But in terms of right now is currently funded through a casual, which is a very, very part-time position as mentioned by the GM. So where is that additional casual dollars going? So if we already had this funded through casual at a 0.4 position, for example, or 0.3 position, then wouldn't that tax base come down a little bit because we're already funding it through theirs?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe yes is the answer to that question. We typically would transition casual dollars to augment and support the initial onboarding of that impact to the tax base. We can clarify that though, and I'll just look to our manager of finance if she has any comments that she wants to offer to clarify, and if not, we can certainly check that and respond for tomorrow.
Okay, manager.
It looks like we will get back to council on that question specifically, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Nice. I guess it's going pretty good. You guys have a lot of good questions. Councillor Loynes, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration. Going back to page 13 of our corporate plan, talking about the Housing Accelerator Project on Table 8. We have a lot of faith in this going through, and as much as I'd love to say it's going to 100% happen for us, I notice we use it talking about this fund and this project and several other areas in the corporate plan. But what happens when or if it doesn't happen and we don't get this grant?
Administration?
Your Worship, rest of council, I can handle that one fairly quickly anyway, and then maybe some follow-up. But basically, the way it's set up is that if the grant is not received, then these projects just go back into a regular sequencing in the corporate plan to be funded other ways, tax base, so on. And I'll just stop there. If the grant isn't received, these projects would essentially be put aside or reprioritized, but they would cease to, they would not be in the plan without the grant at this time.
No, this is page 13. This is for the Housing Accelerator, so this is for some of those workflow stuff in terms of making us more accessible and better to accommodate growth. Yeah, follow-up question?
Just a follow-up to that then, Your Worship. If they get reprioritized and mentioned it would become tax-based, what would that then look like for our current, because currently we're projecting 6.38%.
Thank you, Your Worship, and the opportunity to clarify. My first response is a welcome. So what I what I was meaning to say was that these were all projects that, due to the grant being available, were fast-tracked, so to speak. And because the grant is available, or could be available, they were brought into the corporate planning process to utilize the grant if able. If the grant does not come through, my intent wasn't to say that they would be reprioritized immediately within the corporate plan. They would kind of be taken out of this particular corporate plan, 2024, and then reinserted into our processes to see where they ranked accordingly and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Lowry, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just actually hit a couple of comments here as follow-up, because I had some of the questions that we had just talked about. So the Housing Accelerator Fund, I had that one as well, so thank you very much, Councillor Loynes, on that one. And my comment, and I didn't hear anything reference to that, if that grant is not successful, and if we were to find out before the end of this calendar year, would this be something then that would be a key topic of discussion at the Council Strategic Plan in early January?
Your Worship, but I can maybe provide some comment there. Certainly, notwithstanding the grant being available, as mentioned earlier, and as Council has seen across the nation, the province, even housing affordability and housing development is an acute pressure, and it has certainly caught the public's ear. Just to the question, would it come up in a council strategic plan? Well, yes, I would probably say yes, because I believe it's a pretty significant and important aspect of how we go forward. Again, sequencing, timing, council can see in that table, some of those costs are not so much perhaps, and some of them are pretty big. So we would have to get our heads around that, for lack of a better way of put it, as to how we would want to try to move some of those forward.
Councillor Lowry?
Yep. Thank you very much. And then I'll go back to table 12, which we've already talked about a little bit, the Cultural and Tourism Advisor, page 22 of our printed package. As I typically do, I will compare our previous year's corporate plans with our current year's corporate plans. One of the largest things that stood out to me with this is in the 2023 corporate plan, this position was identified at $66,600. In the 2024 corporate plan, this position is specified at $104,500. While I know we're in a period of inflation and certainly some expenses and costs have risen, this is a pretty significant increase. And especially after hearing that the consideration of the implementation of the Destination Marketing Fund is not contemplated in this corporate plan, I'm having a hard time understanding that increase, and then obviously again we'll have to debate the other side of that later.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Fisher?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Lowry, if it's acceptable, I would appreciate the opportunity to reserve a response to that, clarifying with our finance team about the costing and the casual, and the commitment to get back to council on that question tomorrow. If that would be okay, we could include that in for full clarity with that, just so that we're answering that all at once, if that's okay.
Absolutely, and if it is the case that the casual funds were accounting for some of that $104,000, I would expect then all of our other charts that contemplate that increase would be adjusted accordingly. So the amounts of percentage of increase that was included on pages, I think it's page 50. Because page 50 right now is advising a 0.53% increase, which would be equated to the $104,000. But if it is in fact not $104,000 because the casual amount was not reduced from there, that would then change that chart as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. We will endeavor to clarify all of those items with that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And I think that ties into the earlier question, if it is casual or not, or if not, then where did the casual dollars get shifted to? Is there another casual position that administration put together? Okay. I think we've gone around the horn twice, so I'm going to ask a quick, nice, easy question, and then we'll take a break. So looking at page 69. No jokes there. From the peanut gallery, looking at page 69, under the grant expenses, I'm just curious why the grants were held at 2022 amounts.
Your worship, I, just in the written text there, I believe that is all, in all likelihood, just a misprint. It should say 2023. I believe the chart on the following page, shows the indication that the 2023 amounts are being proposed and held into the 2024 budget. So I believe it's just a typo. It says 2022 in the text. It should probably say 2023.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified, because my next question was, why are those different than the 2023 numbers? Because if you're basing on the 22 numbers, then it should be rolled back. Okay, with that, let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back. Okay, members of administration, council, and those that are joining us in the gallery and those watching online, welcome back. Continuing our questioning for clarity and comment from council to administration. I think we left it off at, I asked a question about page 69 regarding the 2022 grant. And I think there's a few hands up that want to kind of piggyback on that. So I'll go to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to continue the questions on the grant expenses there are some amounts that have been shown here. I think in the presentation it was alluded to that they haven't been included in the corporate plan, but council could choose to add those. Looking at 5 different grant requests, 4 of which are increased amounts for 2024. One, it looks like being a new community organization requesting a grant, that being the Skydancer Indigenous Center. Just looking for some clarity, which ones of these grant requests that aren't already in our grant table on the next page are one-time grants, and which ones would be assumed to be ongoing increases?
Your Worship, I can provide some comment and then may ask staff to supplement. So referring to page 69, I think it's a good assumption or a safe assumption that the TLC, that $7,000, will be an ongoing, that's part of their ongoing operating expenses. Your Worship, same with the Yellowhead Regional Library, and as I understand, the Stony Plain Library as well. The Pioneer Museum, Your Worship and the rest of council, I believe, is a one-time only, lack of a better way of putting it, capital request for some projects that I believe council had a presentation on some while ago. And Skydancer, I believe, is a one-time, or no, I'm getting ahead nod. It is a ongoing and operating request of $20,000. I'm just going to just double check or allow any of the staff members to either jump in and correct me if I am wrong. So.
Thank you, Town Manager. Just for clarification, I believe a small portion of the funding request from the Pioneer Museum is an ongoing support request. We can just clarify that, though the majority of it is a one-time.
Okay. I think through the presentation when they were here, the $78,000 was a one-time for a capital project. I think the small increases is usually based on a 3-year cycle that our staff work with the Pioneer Museum. So there will be no on that $78,000. There'll be no ongoing. It's a one-time commitment.
Yeah, if I may, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that being said, how would these increases be funded? Would the one-time expense come out of tax stabilization reserve, or would these be all tax-based funded grants?
Provide again some general comment, maybe ask the manager of finance to supplement if necessary. So at a base level, items that we believe to be or are to be an ongoing operating request or part of an ongoing operating budget for an entity such as this, those are typically or historically moved into the tax base. When we know or we are certain of a one-time only request, we will, there is a more of an ability, so to speak, to fund that through some form of a reserve transfer, whichever it may be at the time. But again, typically, if we believe or we know that it will form part of an ongoing operating request, we will build those into the tax base. If we know that's not the case, we will look towards any sort of reserve funding if available. And Your Worship, the other thing I'll say is just subject to that's our historical or the manner in which we would generally address those. Council can see fit to direct in a manner that they see fit ultimately.
Okay, thank you. Caldwell?
Yeah, if I may, thank you. Just in preparation for tomorrow, specific to the Pioneer Museum, that $78,000, if we could have an understanding as to how that would be supported, whether that's through tax base or some form of reserve or another. You know, certainly something that I think has a lot of value for our community, but would just like to know where the money would come from before we get there tomorrow. With that being said, Mr. Mayor, this actually segues really nicely into a question I had, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead. You were next on the queue anyway.
Okay, perfect. So just flipping to page 70. Oh, now I'm going to give you the wrong page number. My apologies. I had it all written out, and now all of a sudden, 57, I think, sorry. The revenue section here just talks about tax revenues being used to pay recurring expenses, transfers to reserves, staff positions. The town manager just alluded to this. In this paragraph, it suggests that one-time expenses are generally funded from reserves to avoid sort of the increase and rebounding of that tax increase potentially. As I went through our corporate plan, though, I do see, I think, about 5 different initiatives that on the surface level appear to be one-time expenses, but the funding source was listed as being tax base. And so that would seem contrary to sort of this general principle here. And so a couple of examples of that, page 23, the destination development and marketing that came up, 27,500 tax base funded. 28 corporate system strategy, 68,000 tax base funded. MDP update, 150,000 tax base funded. That was page 43. 44, the electric vehicle facility infrastructure, tax base funded to the amount of $235,000. So approximately $500,000 in proposed initiatives that are listed as tax based but appear as being potentially one-time costs to the municipality. And so just looking for some clarity on the choice of funding source for those, and maybe just a little bit of an overview of how we determine what funding source we're going to use for those initiatives.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council. The town manager is correct in the intended use of the reserves. However, due to depletion of the reserves, we do not have enough funds to fund those one-time initiatives. And so based on motions made in previous corporate plans to use tax levy stabilization to fund RCMP and other projects like that, we have depleted the ability to now fund some of these initiatives that are coming forward. Therefore, they must hit the tax base if they are to go forward.
All right, lots to chew on there, but I'll defer for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to try to find a way to make this a question. On page... First of all, I'm going to ask if we could be real clear. When we give a page number, what are we using? The hard copy? Because there was a comment made just a few minutes ago about page 69, but that item did not appear to be on page 69 of what I'm looking at. The other question that I want to make sure gets asked, could we be given, I know I hate to do it because there's so many pictures in that, but page 89 to 150 that were not included in our hard copy binder and were not included in our digital, well, it wasn't included in the original digital agenda package. There were 88 pages in the original agenda package. There's 3 of us on this end of the table that did not get those pages, 89 through 150. To read before we came here this evening. So thank you to everybody who gave those, but could we please have something given to us so that we have that, if it's deemed that it's necessary. If it was the fact that it was stated and we don't need it again, I guess somebody can make a judgment call on that. Because we've been paperless for so long, it's hard to make that transition back to a hard copy and not have everything. Okay. And we're constantly using page numbers, but your page numbers are not coordinating with the page numbers in my book or even on my screen. So I'm a little lost about that.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you. My question is,
We're gonna, just to be clear, we're gonna use the hard copy, so all page numbers refer to the hard copy. The presentation slide deck is everything that was in the corporate plan, just brought up into a presentation format.
okay, so that it looked lovely.
Yeah, so
It was lovely.
Yeah, so that had pictures and colors to it, instead of having just the,
So we don't need a copy of it, we just have to open this and go back to it if we wish to refer to it, but we won't be referring to it as we go through
yes.
these items. Okay,
Yes,
thank you
so in
for
terms of
that.
debate, we'll use the hard copy so that we all have it,
Okay,
and from there.
and heaven help those who are watching if they can't figure out what they're getting to. Because it wasn't on the town website with these extra pages in it. Okay, my question is, on page 78 of 88, the hard copy, second, the actual first sentence, under risks and uncertainties under the fiscal plan, there's a statement made. Economy. Assumptions for growth in the corporate plan are based on the current economic opinion. If actual economic activity differs from what is expected, many of the key revenues and expense projections may be significantly affected. So I appreciate realism. I appreciate honesty, telling us as it is. Even when we hear language like we've depleted this reserve, we cannot go to this reserve. So if we're going to answer anything and have it put into the budget, then you know it's going to hit the tax base. Thank you for that blunt language, because sometimes we need to know that. But there's just this air of gloom hanging over everything for me in this budget, and that wasn't what I was anticipating this year. However, would somebody please tell me what the current economic opinion is? Was that sentence really meant to say a conglomeration of economic opinions or a compilation of economic opinions? Because I don't get whose opinion the current economic opinion is.
Okay, administration, and go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard and all of council. I would say the word opinion is probably an inaccurate word. Rather, it should probably say economic climate, and we will adjust that in the next reiteration of this plan. We do monitor what's going on with the economy. We are constantly in contact with our assessor and what's going on with assessment. That's one of our main drivers of growth and all of those sorts of things. And so we're also in contact with our planning department as to what the permit values are, or what the permits are being pulled. So if you just scroll down a little bit on that page, we do outline some of the unpredictable revenues that are based on some assumptions, and so that also includes grants that we receive. We still don't know what the LGFF formula is, some of those sorts of things. We assume building permits at a certain level based on historical and future projections, so it's more just holistically economic climate rather than a specific economic opinion.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just for clarification for our public, if you change that one word, opinion, to, what's the word we're going to substitute?
Through your worship, climate.
Climate. That I could agree with you on. In years past, when we go to the economic forecast for real estate, we'll have 4 or 5 lending institutions. 3 will be positive and 2 will be so negative you're sorry you came. And so you walk out of there juggling and trying to figure out what you choose to believe and operate on. So I really appreciate that clarification. The operative word here is climate, not opinion. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all for right now.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate Councillor Hansard bringing that up, because I think she mentioned the word forecast. I think if this is a fiscal plan going forward, then would not be the appropriate word as the forecast, not climate, because climate is what's happening today. The forecast is what we're projecting to happen. Right? I think Councillor Hanson made a really good point about going to a forecast. They're talking about what's happening in the future, not what today's temperature or climate is.
I would agree with that. So the word maybe won't be climate. We're not making our future budget decisions based on what is today, because we know it's going to be different. It could be worse, and it could be much better. And always, because we tend to be quite, I believe, optimistic on this council, and in our administration generally, very optimistic. I'd prefer to think that we do have some hope out there, that things are going to get better, that there will be growth, that there will be offset dollars, but we still have to be extremely wise in how we choose to spend money, because the money doesn't belong to us. It belongs to our taxpayers. And they're getting hit from all ways to Sunday, and we need to be cognizantly aware of that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hanson, for bringing that up. Anything else to add?
Not right now. I'll save another one for later.
Okay, moving on to Councillor Meyer. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
My turn. Thank you. In the general manager's reports, sorry, I am trying to, can you just come back to me? I'll find a table and then I'll.
Sure, thank you. And we'll skip over to Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Page 37, Table 27. As I read through the Meridian Heights Reservoir upgrade, one thing that stands out in my mind is the $5 million maintenance and replacement of the reservoir. Well, I'm not questioning the water reservoir. What I'm questioning is, can somebody tell me what of the $5 million is the initiative to relocate some tennis courts? And then I have a follow-up to that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Plechko, the specific allocation is just an estimate that we've received from our colleagues at Community Protective Services. We have a running number of about $750,000 as an estimate right now to relocate the tennis courts. We are working with our CAPS group to determine the best location and other details that will likely influence further detail report to council on what that number will finalize at. But that's a working number right now that we're working within the budget.
Thank you for the number. So in further to that question, how much use do the tennis courts actually get? What is the need to upgrade? And where is the new location being considered? And of that, have we considered how we would tie this into a recreation center that we already are spending $40 million on?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Plechko, I don't have exact stats on the usage. I can give a little details on the need for the facility itself. So the condition of the surface, it was originally planned for a resurfacing, which is in part what catalyzed the further review of the facility as a whole, not just the tennis courts. While there are currently those that I have personally observed that use the facility and they do go on there, we do need to take part of what the whole facility needs to be done is that the roof slab needs to be looked at entirely. So the need is in and around that area total for the facility. As for new locations, we're discussing a number of them right at this time. So a couple locations, we're looking in our North Business Park for one, for any locations that we can find. We're also considering other town facilities that could potentially help with that. I don't have a specific locations at this time. I'm looking to the General Manager of Community Protective Services if maybe we want to focus in on a couple of locations or the usage.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Plechko. So as we're all aware, the tennis courts that currently exist also include pickleball. So I would suggest that any court replacements would not entirely be tennis. There would be a pickleball element to it. As you are aware, through our design of the indoor facility, there are 4 pickleball courts included in that particular facility. The challenge with potentially putting outdoor courts over at that particular facility is at some point, with the future phases that we have scheduled for that particular property, that investment would be replaced with a building. So you would lose that investment in that particular outdoor court. The other consideration that administration puts into where we place courts, pickleball is quite noisy. In a residential area is not the most desirable spot. So we do have a couple of options that we're looking at that would eliminate the complaint-driven. City of Spruce Grove, as an example, their courts are in the industrial area. So the impact on residential is minimal. I have not heard from the City of Spruce Grove that the surrounding businesses have as much angst with that particular sport as we know across the province. In residential areas, that sport becomes a bit of a contentious issue. So definitely we have a couple locations that are owned by ourselves, or there are others that we're working with. We have some priority hierarchy, and as that starts to evolve, we'll certainly provide council with an update on what that might look like.
Follow-up?
Too, if I could maybe just quickly add, I think the other notion, and again, hearing that some of that stuff is still relatively early in some of the planning stages, but there was the basic understanding that if we are to remove that particular rec facility, that there would be some consideration for accommodation of it in some other form, some other manner, some other space. So I think that's the other notion, I'll call it, that is being addressed there.
Follow-up?
Yes. Well, I can appreciate, the Pickleball Association and having sat there, knowing the need for that within our community. I also think to a facility that we're trying to build for our community, which will accommodate some of that as well. And I understand that there's, 3 clubs here today that all need facilities, but there's also other organizations in our community that also need things. So when I look at this, I think tying it, you've given me about a $700,000 budget. And as we know, we watched many things grow, and without us knowing the actual outlay of where you plan to put this, leaves me concerned with a $700,000 outlay of not knowing where that may go, what the cost actually will be, and what we can actually get for that kind of money. So I would appreciate somewhere along the way if we could consider that within the bounds of the new rec facility. There is ball diamonds, as you talk about there. There's a multitude of things which include noise, the same as pickleball. So I don't know that we would want to eliminate any area of town for something that may work well within an area and keep people centralized to our downtown.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pletchko. That makes actually a good point, so make sure that all sites are visited, and then administration will bring back the best suited site. Before I go back to Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to piggyback on that area, page 37, table 27, regarding the Meridian Heights Reservoir. So I'm looking at a capital project, roughly $6 million, and I understand why we have to do that. We have to make sure that we provide, safe drinking water for all our residents. My question is, at what point in time, even with the refabrication of the current Meridian Heights Reservoir, we also have the Hyde Park Reservoir, at what point in time do we actually need to build another reservoir for our residents?
Your Worship, thank you for the question. So there's 2 parts to that. I'll try and address both. The first part is these repairs are intended to give some additional life to this facility and continued operation. So it's not uncommon for communities in our current position of growth to have these facilities and need to repair them. It's something I think many municipalities who have built these facilities several decades ago are now looking at how to get more to ensure water security and safe operation while continuing to look forward to the next steps with with these facilities. To that end, there is in the long term, like in the very long term plans, if you look at it within our, I believe it's our water and sanitary master plan, it does identify a new facility. I cannot recall the exact date or the year. It is well outside this current corporate plan window. I could confirm that. However, that would be when the next facility would come online, within the stage of these repairs would take the Meridian Heights facility to. So at minimum, we would be able to reassess the condition of Meridian Heights. At the same time, we'd be looking at growth of another facility for growth and see how and what we would do with the next steps.
Okay, so then my follow-up question to that is, I understand when we need to do that, we're growing and we need to refurbish to make sure that we get the longevity of it. But what if we don't? So if we don't, that means we don't have to relocate the tennis courts, the pickleball courts there. But what if we take the $5 million or $6 million that we have allocated to build a new reservoir? And like, how much is a new reservoir? Because if we can build a new reservoir for maybe double that price, that will get us over the hump. Then we don't have to do all this shifting and moving things around and find new places for pickleball courts and stuff. Now we have three reservoirs that will extend the life of that one potentially, because now we're not draining as much.
Your Worship, thank you for the question. So I don't have an exact estimate of a comparable facility in front of me, but it is substantially more than the repairs that we'd be looking at. So there would be other implications of the funding sources to do a new facility versus these repairs. These repairs would maintain the current operation. The fill line location to this facility would not have to be moved. There wouldn't be other water infrastructure, location, spacing. I believe that the growth facility I'm referencing is somewhere in the northwest quadrant of the town is currently where it's planned. So there would be other implications beyond just putting a facility there. There would be also the fill infrastructure that we'd have to work out with the Water Commission. So there would be other costs associated with that beyond just putting a facility in. It is something that we are cognizant about, making sure that we're not when we're looking at these major infrastructure upgrades. There's always a discussion of rehabilitation versus new facility infrastructure, and making sure that we're not doubling up our spending for the sake of it. This is the option before council tonight. It does maintain safe, operable water in the meantime while we look forward to those new facilities.
Okay, thank you for that comment, and we'll have a follow-up question later. Okay, you have a follow-up question on this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just pulled up that report that was referenced, which was penned in March of 2019. And as I look at the report, it's the Water and Sanitary Master Plan update. As I look at the report, it talks about the pumping and the storage capabilities and capacities that are needed. Now, there aren't specific dates, but it talks about in stage 2 requiring the twinning of the High Park Reservoir. And then it talks about further storage anticipated to be required in approximately 2040 at the start of stage 3. So do we know what the approximate date on stage 2 in this plan is? It doesn't state it in the text.
Through your worship, Councillor Laurie, are you referring, when you talk about stage 2, are you referring to the High Park fill line?
No, so the High Park fill line actually, I believe, was noted in stage 1, which obviously that's the project that we're working on right now, or that's proposed to be worked on right now. So for stage 1, it talks about by 2023, which is this year, anticipated additional fire standby pumping required, recommended additional pumping be located at Meridian Heights. As this time, the dedicated supply main is not constructed to High Park for distribution pumping or until additional water mains between High Park and the central areas of town. And then it talks about additional storage is not anticipated to be required during stage 1. And then as we read further on, it goes down into the pumping and storage. It said it's anticipated that additional storage will be required during stage 2. It is recommended that the town twin the existing High Park Reservoir, as it appears that land has been retained for this purpose. It is anticipated that an additional 4,500 meters cubed will be constructed. But again, it doesn't have a timeline reference. But judging that the no additional capacity, or the new capacity isn't required till 2040, our long-term capital plan right now would take us to 2033 for the 10-year. So I'm just curious as to where this stage 2 falls if it isn't appearing in our current capital plan.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, so you're referencing the water and sanitary master plan. Master plans are always going to, or generally speaking, these types of master plans are always going to project beyond what would be the corporate plan window. So we don't necessarily always have all the answers for the long-term vision as much as we're aiming at understanding that. So it's a fair point to say, like, we don't have the exact date outlined, because it's a target that we aim at, and we consider a number of factors when considering what comes into the corporate plan. That includes did we achieve the growth rates that we're expecting within the plan itself? Is the condition of our current facilities in need to accelerate or maybe even decelerate our plans, or rethink them is maybe a better way of putting it. When we make these plans with a 25-year outlook, for example, there's the immediate plans that were within that 5 to 10 year, usually what council will see as immediate implementation, and then that goes to it does play into the utilities master plan review that it is also in this plan, making sure that we're keeping the items that you're bringing up, for example, in alignment, and making sure that they're staying true to what the town really needs now and into the future, and ensuring that the previous plans are working off each other.
Okay. Thank you for that. We'll move on to Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I'm going to reference page 27, table 16, and page 54. So I'm looking at the capital infrastructure replacement funding, and then I see we have a plan to keep our capital reserves respectable. But turning to page 54, sorry, we see the operating reserves slowly getting depleted. I'm just curious if and why we wouldn't have a similar type plan for operation or operating reserves.
Okay, thank you. Administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Meyer. So the transfer to reserve, on page 54 of the document, or that would be 59 of the agenda sheet, the projected reserves do have the operating and capital requirements in there. The transfer for infrastructure is for capital and is split between equipment and infrastructure. And the reason why the reserves are still going down is because our needs are still greater than our transfer to reserves. And so that funding gap is lessened by the transfer to reserve. However, still not completely gone, and that's a common for all municipalities. There's a gap between funding available in reserves for infrastructure and equipment. You'll see it in multiple municipalities' corporate plan to try and initiate the so we initiated the 1%, or the town of Stony Plain did, in 2022. So this is year 3. We, in the current plan, it has been recommended at only a 0.5 to try and keep the tax rate down for the year. And then it is projected or proposed to increase back to the 1% in 2025 and 2026 to close out the 5-year.
Mr. Meyer, anything else?
Your Worship, through Councillor Meyer, I'd just like to add a couple comments as well about the operating funding. We do have certain reserves that we actually do have plans for as far as regular funding. Public arts, for example, would be one that would be, we actually have a plan to fund some of our operating expenses. So it depends on what type of reserve, as per our policy, we have that we would put forward and include in that budget.
Anything else there?
Maybe just a little bit more clarity. I think I'm getting like about 90% of what I'm looking for. But maybe I'll just reword it actually, I'll probably just reword it the exact same way. Okay, so I appreciate that capital equipment and whatnot, there's a gap. And so I see here, we're 3 years into a 5-year plan to kind of close that gap. I'm understanding that, I'm characterizing that correctly. So then my question is, I see the operating reserves depleting, and I'm curious, would we see a similar type of replacement funding for operations?
Your worship, I could certainly make some comments about that, and then and potentially some of the corporate services staff can as well. So appreciate the question being asked. I think I understand the question. So again, traditionally, historically, capital reserves are funded through essentially a tax levy of sorts. Goes in through the system, ends up in a capital reserve. In 2022, council administratively kind of brought forward this. We need to push this up. We're not closing that gap as fast as we would like, and so on and so forth. And we made the choice to do so with capital funding or capital reserves, and specifically note that as such. Again, question as to why is that not being presented on an operating, or would we, or should we? I guess I'll take the question that way. For one thing I can say is that a number of the operating reserves, or what we would consider operating reserves, do have some type of a funding mechanism, which I believe the general manager was speaking to. And we spoke a little bit earlier about photo radar or AT revenues going into a specific reserve and used for one time or potential operating stuff from time to time. So I guess I don't know that I can give you a specific and clear answer as to why this organization or others don't have something like that. I would think, in my own experience, like I said, partly some of the other reserves, the operating reserves, are funded in different ways. I believe, I can't remember the exacts of the surplus, but that's to be allocated to tax levy stabilization, I believe, and so on. So some of them have other automatic operating funding that goes into them. Some of them don't. I'm going to stop there. Just to be clear, I don't have a specific answer there, but that's just some commentary, and certainly any other philosophical commentary.
Okay, so definitely that's a good question there, Deputy Mayor, in terms of what we're trying to plan to do. And you're obviously referencing to the many presentations we've had as a council from the auditor noting that our reserves are particularly low compared to many other municipalities. So as for the capital replacement funding, that was a motion of council to add 1% a year for 5 years to build that up. If council deems it necessary to add to the operating, such as the tax stabilization, so that we weather some of the ups and downs of things that we don't foresee or something that special comes up, that's also a motion of council. So if council would like to say, we'll make a motion for add 1% for the next 3 years to the tax stabilization reserve, then that's our purview to do that, and then that way we can build up that reserve. Okay. Moving on to Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, in regards to page 40, table 33, it talks about the water meter replacement program. Can administration just confirm if this is to help alleviate where our concern was for water loss that we got a update in regards to earlier this year?
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes, in part, yes. There's two parts to it. So the first part is, as I mentioned in my presentation, there is an element of measurement and to look at for water loss. As meters grow in age, their accuracy generally will go down, and it's something that many municipalities in the capital region are recognizing. I know EPCOR and a couple of cities around the Edmonton metropolitan region are looking at this as a place where mismeasurement is contributing to perhaps some revenue struggles within the water file, for lack of a better word. The second part is just there's an operational enhancement component to the program as well. Moving to new technology meters does allow us to do more, to look at better technologies that can be that provide a wireless option, so that we don't necessarily have to utilize water meters going resident to resident. That's an option. That's not a set in stone thing. That's a technology that we can investigate and implement. And I believe there are about 8,400 residential dwelling units within the town. It also allows us to check on if the sizing of the meter at the time when it was installed for a business or a resident is properly sized. At times, it's rare, but it does happen that the wrong meter was put in the wrong location, and then that could be contributing to a mismeasurement. And one location by itself may not do it, but as you accumulate that error over an entire municipality, it's something that we would like to look into. That's a bit of a longer answer. Just if there's anything further.
So,
Councilor Williams, go ahead.
yeah, just for black and white purposes then, will this hopefully solve the problem of us buying more water than we're selling?
Through your worship to Councilor Owings, the short answer is it's part of the solution. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Pletchko, supplement.
Yes, thank you. I want a further clarification on that because I've heard tonight that that's not definitive. It may resolve a problem. And I'm always a bit concerned when it's not a precise answer to a problem that we know we currently have. How do we throw money at something when we don't know what the problem is?
Through your worship to Councilor Pletchko, thanks for the question. We understand that the problem, we're talking about the problem being water loss, which I assume is what you're referring to. As I mentioned previously this year, there are a number of categories that we look into, and there's infrastructure, there's measurement, then there's sometimes there's even theft and or other options. So we're looking at all those categories. This is administration's answer to one of those options, and it's an option that as part of going to asset management, looking at this as water meters as a whole, we're identifying that that's an area that we could realize some benefits in both just an infrastructure component as well as a measurement component. I can't definitively say that's the thing that's going to absolutely do it because we don't know what we don't know until we go look at the meters themselves. We haven't done a whole inspection of every water meter in town. So there's potential that there's a number of, for example, mismatched meters for the water inlet that's coming into the business or the resident. There could be a couple that just aren't reporting properly. We can't know that until we initiate a program like this to start investigating and see what and how there could be. There are other benefits that, like I said, the town realizes from a program like this in upgrading the technology, both for the town and the residents as part of this. So there's a number of benefits to a program like this beyond just the water loss that we look at holistically when we put these programs forward to council.
Okay, thank you. I think I had to start off as well because through my conversations with other utility companies such as Westpac Land Gas, ATCO, they have changed that so that when their meters are now wireless, so it's automatic updated all the time, so they don't have somebody going into the house. There's safety. There's other issues that could actually benefit from this because then we don't have to contract somebody to go read those meters. It's already done. But when you guys do that review, because I think the 2024 is just actually a program study and details of what we can. So will council see some of that details so we can actually have that conversation?
Your worship, yes, there'd be an intention to follow up with what results came from that. That would be something I'd work with town manager on how to present to council.
Councilor Pletchko?
So I'll supplement that again. West Parkland has just backed out of going to that exact example because there isn't clarification on that meter being able to do what they tell it that it can do. So I think what I'm getting at is before we move to this next step and spend all of this money, I'm hoping that we know for sure that these meters are going to do at least a portion of the job that you want them to do, because the ability, Parkland is still running around checking meters. They have guys every day going out to do it. I talk to the guys there quite often. In fact, We have them as a supplier at our acreage, and they have not put that on our acreage because it's inaccurate. So the ability to be able to make sure that we're putting something in place that's going to resolve part of a problem, and from what I understand, even the water side of it, and I've attended a number of shows over the past 6 years sitting on the Wastewater Commission, there isn't definitive styles of that actually work totally today. So, you know, when I look at the number that we have here, I can appreciate what we're doing, but at the same time, I think we need to be very cognizant of the inability of what is out there for technology yet.
Yeah, thank you, and that's a good comment there, Councillor Pletchko, and definitely when the study comes back, we'll be looking out for your expertise on that. As you mentioned, you sat six years on that and has that knowledge and gone to a couple conferences to actually bring that knowledge back, so look forward to that conversation.
Your Worship, if I may, just a quick comment there too, and I think I was going to draw back to some of my initial comments. So, you know, Table 33 does indicate 2024 for program study and to understand the issue and the potentials and, you know, I mean, so on and so forth. And then 25 and 26 for the cost associated with the actual change out. So a couple of things there, Your Worship. Again, 2024 is approved, so all things considered, hands go up for this. We would be doing that study as the GMs indicated, you know, the information would be forthcoming and so on. And I would just comment too, I made some comments earlier about our ability to plan and forecast has steadily improved over the years. And I do think this is an example of where, you know, we don't know what we don't know. I think I heard we need to hear more. Council wants to hear some more, and the project itself is actually what I would say is aligned with that sort of thinking and process. So,
thank you, and then move on to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick one here. Page 21 in our hard copy. Just one comment first to administration. I noticed that for some reason, some of these budget charts are fuzzy in the package, both digital and printed, versus some are nice and crisp and clean. Just from a perspective there, it would look a lot better if they were consistent. So I'm not sure why some are fuzzy and some aren't, but makes it a little easier to read when they're nice and crisp. The question that I do have, though, is in respect to the council total expenses. See, in 2024, the proposed budget is $670,000 and change, and then in 2025, it drops down to $626,000 and change. When I look at the notes, all it talks about in respect to our compensation expenses, FCM conference, and then the Tri-Municipal Mayor's Golf Tournament host. Am I to understand in that to host the Tri-Municipal Mayor's Golf Tournament, it is going to cost us approximately $48,000?
Okay, administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, no, that cost is not entirely associated with the golf tournament. The cost to host the golf tournament is much less than that. We can verify those numbers if council would like, but that is not entirely inclusive of the golf tournament, and we are just hosting the tournament once in 2024, and then it rotates to our other regional partners after that. But we can certainly clarify that number, and I don't know if our finance team can provide the details of that breakdown at this point, or if we want to follow up on that for tomorrow.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of council. So it is a combination of multiple. So the FCM conference is a one-time increase as well. The golf tournament is an increase as well as an increase of Alberta municipalities for about 5,000 as well. So it is a multitude of many small pieces that make up that, and we can bring forth more detail tomorrow if that is requested.
Thank you. And to follow up on that, I actually don't believe that's correct. The conversations that I recall that we've had as respect with the FCM, AM conferences, there are going to be increases in the expense accounts because there hasn't been in a significant period of time with inflationary challenges, et cetera. But those would be ongoing. That wouldn't be individual 1 year. The only thing that I'm seeing in here that would be the 1 year would be the Tri-Municipal Mayor's Golf Tournament host. And so recognizing there's a budget increase there, I'm just curious, 2025 and 2026 would still have about a almost a $40,000-ish increase compared to 2023, but it would be almost a $50,000 decrease from 2024. So I'm not sure where that is. So maybe, if we can get some clarity tomorrow on that council budget expense line for 2024, and then what drops off for 25, 26, that'd be appreciated.
Okay. Thank you. And I think the conversation is that currently we limit the number of councillors that go to FCM. This current year coming up, it is in Alberta, so all councillors are scheduled to go. So that includes travel, hotel, accommodations, everything else that needs, so food. And then I think going forward, I think Councillor Laurie is correct that I think we've grown large enough that each year coming forward allows each councillor to attend, regardless if it's in our province or not. So the decrease should not be as dramatic as it's scheduled here, because it does make it look like the Tri-Mayor's Golf Tournament does cost a lot. I'm pretty sure it does cost a little bit, but also we get the revenue back, which then we donate. So there should be a little bit of clarity there.
Yeah, Your Worship, certainly we can just double check and run through those once again. I think the other thing, Your Worship, we are attempting to streamline some of the accounts and the expenditure accounts in that particular area of the budget. We'll just double check that everything is crossed over. Again, there's a couple moving parts that although there's been some discussion, there hasn't been what would be considered a formal finalization thereof. And although anticipated, we'll just have to double check and make sure that those are being transferred through properly. And we will do so in time for tomorrow.
Thank you. So that goes around the horn once more time. So let's reverse direction. Let's make you guys all confused. Councillor Laurie.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate that one, because that was a really short one that I just asked. Referring to page 25, and then also to table 17 on page 27. Question in respect with the addition of the 0.5 FTE increase for the Human Resource Coordinator. So the first question that I have on it is, it's noted on page 25 is included in number 6. And then there's also safety equipment and event. Now, the general manager did make a brief mention in his presentation about this, but it didn't give me the context as to what the additional $80,000 above the HR coordinator position is that we would be moving forward with for safety equipment and event under that budget line item.
Okay. Go ahead, Administration.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Laurie. There's a few of the safety expenses that have come forth. We recognize there's some issues, not issues, but there are some replacements that we're going to need at safety equipment at the fire halls that definitely need to be upgraded, as well as there's going to be a lot more, with the new standards of the OH&S regarding hearing, so we're going to be proposing to do a lot of hearing testing next year, as well as some testing kits, those type of things to enhance our safety program. Without getting into a whole lot more detail, just the overall, just a lot more equipment that's going to be needed for replacement, and also we're going to be putting on a safety event next year as well. So those are all part of what's going to be going into the additional expenses for under the HR services line item.
Okay. A follow-up.
Thank you. And then, the follow-up on that. So the second part of the question is table 17 on page 27, which is the staffing increase of a 0.5 FTE human resource coordinator. It's showing in the corporate plan here at $40,800. When I looked at 2023, we added a half-time HR resource coordinator, and that was added at $25K. So we've got a difference in $15,000 there. But the other thing that's alarming here as well is that this position was not included anywhere in the previous corporate plan. So can administration express the urgency in this position and bumping this up another 0.5 FTE this year when it did not appear in the previous corporate plans as such?
Okay, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Laurie. Yeah, it was definitely identified as an issue that we were hoping to move forward with as part of enhancing our human resource services. We've quite honestly been there's been a ton of recruitment this year. We've been very, very busy. We also anticipate when we move ahead with the ERP project next year, we would anticipate that we're going to need some that's even more recruitment to what we're already doing. So we needed to expedite the services. Right now, the manager has been very operational, and I'd like to see more strategic planning from that perspective. And so we're proposing to take some of that regular day-to-day activities that she's doing currently and utilizing it with a coordinator position.
Thank you. And just a final follow-up on that, then, in respect to what you mentioned about the amount of recruiting, onboarding, et cetera, and the capacity issues there, would you then say that the amount of recruiting that the town is currently doing is along the standard of a municipality, or is it higher?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Laurie, I would say it's probably on par with other municipalities as far as what we're seeing in recruitment and retention and turnover. But there's also another element that's really come into play into the HR world, so to speak, that's really been prevalent the last, I would say, 12 months, is the amount of sort of disability management that our staff is currently doing as well. So I was amiss by saying that, or I forgot by saying that I should have mentioned that was part of how the additional workload has come forth. And so it is a lot of recruitment, but there's been a lot of additional extra sort of specialty type work and a lot of complex sort of disability management that we've been dealing with as well.
Excellent, thank you. And then follow up on that, with that, and that's not the first time I've heard something along those lines across multiple industries. As part of that, are we also then reviewing our benefits provider and how our benefits provider is managing that portion?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Laurie, for the question. I'll make a few comments on there and then certainly supplemental from the staff as well, more directly on some of that. I think, I guess I would start just at a broad level, commenting, saying the employment sector, the ins and outs and everything has become more complex. I think earlier when we were talking about our OHS policy, there's been changes into the OHS Act that now bring forward psychological safety of staff, which is, tends to be more complex than what I would say historically or traditionally a number of organizations, ours included, would have been dealing with. So it's again, some parts numbers. I would also add just there's a couple initiatives. There's one included for 2024 that would see an expansion or addition to some of our hiring on our seasonals, and there's one intended for 2025 should the council see fit. So there's some automatic numbers going up there as well. But I do believe, the overall complexity of human resource functions it has changed, is evolving, and it's not as, I would say, simple as it was before. Speaking about benefit plans, I think there was some commentary earlier that, potential right sizing or right servicing, if you want to call it that, as to where we're at. Our numbers our costs are increasing there as well, and we need to take a look at that and understand that better and act accordingly. That alone is a pretty big internal process, which would require support, whether it's from, general managers, myself, managers, but certainly from HR too, because certainly benefit programs, as I'm sure everyone on council is aware, is a pretty important part of a total compensation package. and is an important aspect for both recruiting, but also retaining, and it is something that is impactful to each individual that works here and or may work here in the future. So try not to be long-winded, but I guess I just wanted to comment a bit on the changes and complexity that we are dealing with more so than perhaps 5 years ago, and would anticipate that trend to continue. And I'll just stop there, and if there's anything further.
No, I think that was presented during the general manager's presentation, also on page 24, is that there is an employee benefits review. So I think that addresses some of the questions from Councilor Laurie. We look forward to that, like right-sizing what we need, and especially if the landscape has changed, then we'll make sure that our benefit packages are changed to accommodate some of the new issues that we're seeing out there right now. Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Move to Councilor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you to administration, on page 43, table 42, it's the South Business Park Storm Pond upgrade. When I read this, it says that we're asking to approve a $1.5 million upgrade that was identified at the same cost in 2022, but construction is not slated until 2026. Are we really saying that as we sit here today that there's going to be no cost increase if we wait another 3 years technically before we do this upgrade? We've already seen the increase in our potential rec center skyrocket. And I'm concerned that 1.5 million is not going to cover it.
Okay, administration, I think that's funded from debenture and utility storm rates, so can you provide comment?
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Loynes. So the costs, you're correct. The costs have been held since the previous update to council at the 1.5 million. Those numbers have not been reflecting any sort of change within the economic environment, as you pointed out. At this time, the type of design that's being slated for that is it's rather straightforward. There will be a need in the year before to reconfirm those costs. That's one of the reasons out in 2026. It does give us some time to reconfirm those costs before we get into it. As I mentioned, the reason that it's been moved out to 2026 is due to the work that we've been doing in Umbach. So we've been realizing that. Once we're completed that, we will be likely revisiting it and ensuring that those costs are completed. But for now, the 1.5 million is what we're carrying to ensure that we're being transparent with council about the need for this project and that it is on administration's radar to complete.
Okay, Councilor Loynes.
Understanding you said straightforward, but was not Umbach supposed to be straightforward as well?
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes, Umbach is a very unique project for the town. And your point is well. The point that you're getting at, yes, there can be unforeseens that come from any capital project, not just utilities. The circumstances that are driving the South Business Park Pond are different than the risks that we've outlined with the consultant are more attuned to at this time more of what we would expect in this type of infrastructure work. Umbach was very unique without getting too technical, and it's brought to light a number of things that we now look for when we're looking at these projects and the town as a whole. So we've learned a lot from that, and in saying that, that's also something that we take steadfast when we're going to be looking at this project as we bring further updates to council on what next steps are going to be with the South Business Park Pond.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you. And before I go to the next councillor, I'll jump on that because I do have this earmarked as well. So in terms of the South Business Park Storm Pond upgrade, I understand the reason for that. I see it when I drive by that. But I'm also curious about the other recommendations in the flood mitigation strategy. I think back in 2018-19, we had 2 torrential rainstorms that flooded out the community. And through that, we did a couple studies in terms of storm management and flood mitigation. Out of those recommendations, calls for 3 additional storm ponds. One was for a dry storm pond / overflow at the Lions Park. Next one was a storm pond behind the Glens, where the current playground is for Storm Plains Central School, the old one. And also a third one was along Whispering Waters Creek, somewhere between after the railroad or before the railroad, or maybe even before 16A. In terms of capital planning, where does that fit in there? Because we know that we're going to get the increases in torrential rains that are coming down. How are we going to mitigate some of those issues while we're still trying to mitigate the ones that we currently have?
Thank you, Your Worship. The projects that you've outlined you're correct. They're found, the majority of the projects you outlined are actioned in our flood mitigation plan, which currently has some design work slated for 2024 within this current capital plan, and further the actual items I believe start in 2027. So we are exploring funding sources to ensure that we're being mindful. It is top of mind for us to make sure that we're keeping an eye on those projects, including the storm ponds that you've outlined. At the plan, as the town manager mentioned, it does reflect the financial realities that we have here, but we are planning for those projects to diligently implement the flood mitigation plan over time.
Thank you for that, and I'm glad that there is some work done in 2024, even though we understand that the projects will not start, at least one of the projects will not start until 2027, so outside of the 3-year scope. I look forward to some more of that data coming forward in next corporate plans. Councilor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Page 32, Table 19. I'm just looking for some clarification. In 2023, off of the previous corporate plan, and if somebody can help me to understand, we went from recreation services to programs and services. Did we move employees from one area to another? Because in 2023, we had 8.8 full-time FTEs, and in 2023, it shows 10.8, and 2024 proposed is 13.4, which is a 5.4 increase. So I'm looking for clarification as to employees in that chart.
Thank you. GM.
Your Worship, certainly we've had a recent vacancy with a manager position. We just looked at the title of that position and the actual duties performed by the position and reclassified the name of the position from a recreation services to a programs and services business unit. So same duties, transit, accessible transportation, outdoor pool, all the bookings for the facilities, Heritage Park, all fall within that particular service unit. So nothing has changed with respect to that particular service unit. The change in employees would be the ones that are captured within the plan. So you have one for Heritage Park. We also have an additional driver plus a 0.6 for, ATS. So the reflection would be the employees that are captured within the plan that you see this evening.
So when I look at 2023, we had 8.8, but in the 2023 corporate plan, in 2023 on this table, it shows that we had 10.8, which is 2 additional employees. It also showed in 2024, the proposal would stay at 8.8, and yet I see 13.4. So I understand where the 5.4 is coming from. I'm just wondering where the additional 2 come from in the 2023. Or is that just a misprint?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Plechko, as per the published corporate plan document on the website on page 33 for the 2023 to 2025 corporate plan, I believe you may be looking at the 2022 column in the same table 21. The 2023 was 10.8.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, thank you.
So can I carry on? So table 20 of the Heritage Park operator. So I have some concerns around that individual. So my questions are going to surround prior to COVID, after COVID. So prior to COVID, what was the staffing levels at Heritage Park? What is the increase from back then to today? How many operators did we have at that point in time? And what is the increase in volume today to warrant an additional park operator? And what will the hours of operation be for that individual?
Go ahead.
Your worship, to Councillor Pletchko. So currently, I'll break this into a couple things. So I'll talk to you about the hours. So the hours would be dictated based on the demand of the building. So not necessarily a Monday to Friday, 8 to 4:30, not necessarily a weekend. It would be shift scheduled based on the demand of the building. So currently, the building operates with one operator and casual staff. We do have a second staff member that's over there, Monday to Friday, 8 to 4:30, and that time is flexed too based on the demand of the facility. So pre-COVID, we had 2 operators and a supervisor overseeing that particular facility plus casual. Now we have a coordinator overseeing the facility, 1 operator and casual. So in essence, this particular position would replace us back to pre-COVID staff levels.
Have we seen a substantial increase in, sorry, just a supplemental question. Have we seen a substantial increase in the use of the facility that warrants the additional operator?
Your worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, absolutely, we have seen an increase in the facility usage. The other component to that particular facility is the types of events that we're getting in terms of the turnover. A wedding is an example. We have additional staff. We can turn the facility over quicker, and we can put more into that facility. So it's a bit of a catch-22 in terms of if we have the additional staff, the facility can be turned over quicker. We can get more events in there. Pre-COVID to today, I would suggest that the facility is busier than it was pre-COVID. We've certainly done some things over there that have encouraged the facility usage. There's a lot more people that know the facility exists with respect to booking the facility. In 2023, there's been a handful of new clients that have found the facility and continue to do it. Some weeks we have 3 funerals at that particular facility, and we're getting called like 2 days in advance to book the facility. So I would suggest, yes, the facility is a lot busier than pre-COVID.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll move over to Deputy Mayor. Any more questions, comments?
Yes, thank you. Just going to page, it's number 8 on our, I think it's 13. And it would be table 2, the Old Town South redevelopment. Table 2, it's got to be near the front.
Yeah, page 8.
Page 8, there we go. Just downtown parking and strategy and on-street patio program. I'm wondering if administration can provide some rationale for the timing of this. I'm not debating, I've heard a lot of hubbub in the community. I'm just curious the timing.
Okay. Go ahead, administration. In terms of, I think you have 6 initiatives listed there. 2 are for 24, 2 are 25, and 2 are 26.
Your worship, through the councillor, or deputy mayor, your question about the comment on the timing. So just to clarify, it's you're asking why it's in 2025, or
Yeah, I'm trying to give you a broad thing so you can answer generally. But what I'm saying is I've heard a lot about this. I know it's an issue now. I'm just looking for why administration is putting it a couple years out as opposed to now.
Through worship, Deputy Mayor, thank you for the clarification. Whenever we're building any sort of initiative or plan, we're always mindful of resourcing and ability to execute any of our plans. The Old Town South redevelopment is no different. So with any sort of parking strategy or patio program, there can be a number of engagement components, and there's and planning that we want to implement so that we're we're doing right by what the program is looking to do. So we place them in the schedule in such a way that they allow us to execute them properly, is the broad answer.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
Not on that one. I do have another question, though.
Sure. I'll let you go because you're the deputy mayor.
Oh, thank you. I thought everyone got 2 questions.
Oh,
I can wait my turn.
go ahead.
Okay, back to table 21 on page 32 of our hard copy. And the question is, it says it's a partner contribution. I'm curious, the 58,000, is that our portion of the driver cost, or will we recoup some dollars from our partners?
Okay.
Your Worship, through the Deputy Mayor, excuse me, with the ATS program, we have a 60-40 split with City of Spruce Grove. That cost reflects the full cost of that particular position, of which we would pay 40%.
Okay, so just for clarity, we're paying 40% of the 58,000.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll just move that over to table 22, and that's similar contribution in terms of a 60-40 split.
Your Worship, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hansard?
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Mayor, I actually do have another question.
All right, go
I
ahead.
must say, I do like this format, because I get to ask my really important questions, and then my lesser important questions, and then the things I didn't think I was going to get a chance to ask. I would like to know if we have anything budgeted anywhere for repair to the Heritage Events Center. I've heard many, many comments about the broken rocks, the deterioration around some of the big columns. When you walk up to the front from the parking lot, somebody has taken pieces of the rock that's come off the building and put stepping stones in the gravel from pieces that have come off of that building. And I am concerned that we have this beautiful facility and these things are happening to it, and it doesn't look like we're taking care of it. And I hear quite often from people at midsummer events that we should look after the things we have before we build new things. So is that, I think by the look our general manager gave me, I think I caught him by surprise.
Your Worship, to Councillor Hansard, we certainly do have repair and maintenance budgets captured in Heritage Park, and as we see items like you've described, they certainly are scheduled in, and people are hired, or we do it in-house and repair the particular items.
Okay, one comment to that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I have pictures I've collected over the last 2 years that I would be happy to supply.
Okay, and that's awesome if you can do that. And also, if you talk to, you said quite a few residents over at Midsummer Thursdays, if they can use the reported function on our website, then that goes directly to our staff, and then they can track it and then get it done.
It's the Wednesdays that the music.
Yeah.
Music in the park.
Yeah, summer sessions. Yeah. So again, I think that's why we created the report. It's an honor thing. If, like I said, our staff will do what they see and what they can when they're walking around, but sometimes we don't see everything, and that's why we have that reported function for members of our council and also members of our residents.
So if I'm understanding, Mr. Mayor, it's not money that would have to be budgeted in a budget. It's already being looked after. Is that correct?
That is correct. So for general repair and maintenance, they'll be in there. For large, for example, if the boiler went down, then that might be something a little bit more that we have to conversation about, and maybe they have to build it into the budget. But if it's repairing of graffiti, or if a sidewalk block was broken on the patio side where it's all blocked, or if one of the east troughs were broken and torn down, that's all part of the R&M.
Okay. I do have another question. If you want to let me ask, I'll be finished with questions.
Okay, well then go ahead.
All right. although I'm not going to promise not to write a new one because I brought my color notes with me. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to know, I know I've asked this question once before, and I believe you provided an answer. I talked this evening before coming in here, this afternoon rather, it seems like we've been here already a day, with our town manager, but I would like to perhaps understand if there would be a value for us to do a municipal census in the third year after the federal census. We don't get another federal census now until 2026. And we say our population is 17,993. I have a sneaking suspicion it's greater than that. When we talk about growing our community to 30,000, I think it sounds more believable if we approach 20,000 in our number, and I think we're probably getting there, not too far out. I know we can't use these numbers in some ways that we used to be able, but I'd like to see if we could get a municipal census worked in to be done yet this term.
Okay. Thanks for your comments, Councillor Hansard. And definitely if council would like to, that's definitely a motion tomorrow to add in or not. Personally, through the years that I've been on council along with you, the province and the federal government used to take provincial and federal and then also the municipal census in between, and they would take the most recent number. Through most of the grant applications, through funding from the provincial government and federal government, they are no longer using municipal numbers. They are only using the federal census, and hence that is why the provincial government has stopped doing their census as well.
Okay.
So we can do one. I'm not too sure if it'd be beneficial to us.
All right, I do appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, I don't claim to be all-knowing of all things, but I do think that there could be a value, and perhaps administration has talked about this and just have decided not to do it. Perhaps if we could get some feedback tomorrow evening as to why it would be worthwhile, because I understand it's probably around $70,000 to do a municipal census. Is there a value? And will it help us in any other way? Perhaps for business attraction, whether or not we get grant money for those numbers.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. So again, to administration, I think Councillor Hansard asked for, she put out a number of 70,000. I'm not too sure if that's what it costs or not, but if administration can bring back a cost for a census, and then maybe just some commentary of why we don't do it or why it may be beneficial.
I think you've just about captured it. I would like to know if there's another value to it other than being able to obtain better grant dollars. Because when we're talking about trying to bring businesses to our community, they don't always look at what the federal government says we are in population. They may look at us in a different way.
Okay, thank you. Move on to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on page 56, back to our new debt table here. Just a couple of really quick questions for clarity. The 2% proposed annually for the next 3 years for the community recreation center is based on a debenture of $15 million. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Anderson. So that is correct. So the tax, my apologies, the tax impact is 2%. The debenture would still have to be taken as reflected in here. So it shows on here that the tax impact is actually 3%. So we have some offsets that we've done to make the tax impact 2%. However, the draw would be 15%.
Perfect. Thank you. So when I flip back to page 11, table 4, where it speaks to this, we're looking at, I think, secured funding of just over $9 million in grant applications in for 22, which bring us to approximately 31 million, and a potential debenture of 10 million to cover the remaining costs. So just looking for some commentary on the use of $15 million as the debenture amount here.
Your worship, I can certainly provide some commentary there and ask for anything to be supplemented by Corporate Services Staff Manager of Finance. I appreciate the question, and I'm going to take a little bit of an opportunity here to speak to what I kind of alluded to or touched on earlier about uncertainties going through in any particular project, but then having to bring forward a corporate plan and have council approve a corporate plan that in most ways will be accurate and reflect the direction, but also has some levels of uncertainty in it. So again, sorry, it's getting late or whatever. The rec center is a good illustration of that. So what I think is council should be aware of is that, and I'll try to say this as as quickly or bluntly, like, should council see fit to adopt the corporate plan as presented, no changes, you would be reiterating that $15 million potential borrow. You would be increasing, putting a 2% levy on out there to fund future debentures, but you would not be approving the go-ahead of the capital project itself. Part of the rationale there is we wanted to make sure we were able to demonstrate, some of the impacts and what it could look like, and provide some of that scope. But simply put, we don't have the certainty on the revenue side. So what we would be seeking to do, as council is aware, over the course of time, and if we were to hear from the federal government or the provincial government, we would be back here quickly to do so. But we wanted to illustrate or demonstrate the potential impacts of the project, while at the same time maintaining some allowance for change, if you want to call it that. So again, I think as the manager of finance indicated, there is about a 6% increase, I believe, required for the $15 million debenture. The 2% would be, increased over the course of 3 years to hit that amount, as opposed to all 6 at once or 1 over 6 years or what have you. Illustrative purposes to show that there's times to get to that particular amounts. As to the 15, your worship, and through to Councillor Anderson, that is the amount that we have historically held in the event that we had to finance the entire project at the original design. So it is a consistent amount, and we continue to hold that given, should we see differences on the revenues, that may affect it one way or the other. I'm going to stop there. I'm just going to ask if the manager of finance wants to add anything further to that.
Thank you for that. And if I may follow up, it's the uncertainty actually that led to the question, and which leads to my follow-up question. But a quick calculation. Now, if I've done this wrong, please help me understand. I'm not a finance major by any means, but $15 million debenture, looking at 6%, would suggest a 1% tax increase would account for the debt servicing of approximately $2.5 million in that debenture borrow. Would that be correct?
Okay, administration, I see they're digging through the paperwork. Go ahead.
So I just simply took 15, divided it by the 6 that we're talking about, and came to the 2.5 there. So as you're looking, the reason that I bring it up is we're looking at best case scenario, 31 million in secured funding if these grants go through. The flip side of that is, maybe a portion of that comes through, and we're looking at a $20 million debenture versus 15, and the possibility of an additional 2% when this comes back into chambers, either later in Q4 into the new year. And what I'm looking at then is, how do we account for that increased debenture. Is that calculated in spring adjustment? Does that get bumped to another year? You know, for me, looking at our corporate plan at this particular time, I think it's prudent to understand what the potential impacts are down the road if we don't secure the ideal amount of funding that we've requested for this particular project, and how that could impact our tax base in the spring when those adjustments are made. Okay.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. So once the full debenture is in place, if it was taken at 15 million, the annual servicing would be $1.2 million. So that would be equivalent to 6% tax in total. Sorry, just to kind of touch on, you know, what you just said. There are many unknowns at this time, which is why the full cost of the project is not in here, the full cost of the grant. If we receive the grant, you know, we may not take the debenture for 2 years if we get the grant front-ended. If we don't get the grant front-ended, we might have to debenture currently. We may not have to debenture 15 million. It could be $10 million. We don't know. There's so many unknowns, which is why, as the town manager had alluded to or had stated, we did not include that project approval at this time. So the options for approving will be, we're hoping that we're hearing something before spring budget adjustment. And as soon as we do hear something, we will be back in the chambers to present options, and we can have deliberation at that time and discussion as well. And we'll have better numbers, and there's a multitude of factors there. That's our hope, is that we will have something here before spring budget adjustment so that the tax rate will reflect the proper amount.
Yeah, and thank you for that, and certainly appreciating the complexity of a project of this magnitude. I think the intent of the question is to understand what the possibility is as we look forward. You know, what's presented to us in this particular budget is based on receiving the full allotment that's been applied for. And so when we're looking at, you know, what's presented this evening in terms of reaching our internal debt limit this upcoming year, the possibility of exceeding potentially the MGA debt limits in the next 3 years, any sort of additional costs over and above what we're presenting today is going to have an influence on those numbers. And so certainly I can appreciate we don't have certainty today, but an awareness of what the possibilities are, I think, is an important piece of information for us.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to tag on to that because I do have a related question. In the discussion there, we only tagged on to the tax-based funding. On page 56 in the chart, we actually have the offsite levy front-end funding for another $4.3 million, which would bring the town's total debenture recognized in this plan to $19.3 million. So in respect to that, would we be pulling a separate debenture for the offsite levy front ending? And then again, how does that get impacted when we have to debenture that first? If we don't have the cash in hand, we're then servicing that debt, when reality if that money was in hand from the developers, we wouldn't have the servicing costs in addition. So what is that $4.3 million, if we're front ending, really equal to in capital from the levy?
Good.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. So that is correct. So as the town manager had mentioned, the original proposed recreation center was around 21 million. Don't quote me to the cent. And so the breakdown of that was the rec levy of around 4.6, let's just say, for ease, and the remainder would be debenture. And we were hoping for some contributions. So that's where the 21 million was made up of. And so you're correct in stating that we would have to pull a separate debenture to front end that rec center developer levy, as we currently do not have that amount in our reserves from levies that have been collected. So that will be future developer levy collections. And once the collections occur, the debenture gets paid back, and it is a separate debenture so that we do have some of that flexibility to pay it all off if we do get the development.
Okay, thank you. And then just a further question. You mentioned with it being 6%, it's shown for the $15 million. With it being 6%, it's shown in our corporate plan as an addition of 2% per year for the next 3 years. Typically, when you're pulling that debenture, you have to make 100% of that payment in that year. So if we're only collecting 2% in 2024, where's the other 4% of that debenture payment coming from? And then likewise, in 2025, where would the additional 2% of that debenture payment be coming from?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. Debt payments occur once in the first year that it's, or sorry, I'm going to just back up. Debenture payments are semi-annual for us. In the first year that we pull a debenture, we only have to service one payment, and so that's 50%. So as mentioned in the debt chart, it is pulled as 15 million the first year, and that would mean we would have to service 3% and 3%. We have proposed that we would only tax 2% at this time. This is really just a scenario. We would work out how that would be serviced as we have it right now. We do have that 1% funded from tax levy stabilization. That's how it's transacted in the document now. And so, as mentioned, that is not a final approval. And when we do have the answers to all those questions and all those scenarios, we will be proposing how it will be funded, how it will be paid, and how it could impact the tax.
Excellent, thank you. And just a final comment on that, then I can appreciate that that's the way that it's put forward, but the reality is that we're being asked to approve a corporate plan that has that built into it. And yes, we know that can change, and yes, we know by spring adjustments that might be different, and the dollar amounts aren't sure, et cetera. But right now, that 2% is considered on page 50, I think it is, of our plan as included. When I hear about the concerns that we have with our reserves and the way our reserve balance is going, I'm actually kind of surprised that it's not put in there as the 3% that would be required, and then 3% the following year to not dip into those reserves, leaving us the option to consider those reserves once we actually know what the funding's looking like. So it'd be interesting to see where the conversation on this goes either tomorrow or the next day, but I appreciate the clarity because it definitely helps understand now how it's laid out in the plan and what other aspects play into that decision. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, just to add to more of this conversation, with all these unknown variables and looking at the timeline on this, we're supposed to start apparent construction, if approved, in 2024 for operation in 2025. And I understand it's not approved, and we'll debate it, and we're only going to approve or change the corporate plan tomorrow or the next day. But if we're already talking construction starting within the next 5-6 months, how is it we still have so many unknown variables to this project?
Go ahead. I think the unknown variables is the funding. So I think, as mentioned by members of council, that originally council has approved the debenture borrow of $15 million maximum for this project, as it is probably like 4 years ago. As we all know, as members of council have seen, we have the unfortunate incident where the Westbridge Curling Club burnt down, so that has changed the scenario. Actually, reviewing the cost B estimates have seen the cost escalation about 30 to 35%. So right now, what I see from this is that they're holding true to what we approved as a council last term, to hold that at $15 million until we get some clarity understanding before it comes back to council for approval. Because they can't, I think the idea is like, because we know it's going up, we've seen the project, you know, what if we approved it to $25 million or $20 million? Does that change the whole scope of things? Or, like as Councilor Laurie mentioned, do we just add the increases so it's 2%, 3% instead of 2%? Like, that's the conversation for our council to have. So I think as presented by administration, we had kind of quasi-designs. We just need yes or no if we're getting funding. If the answer is no, then it comes back to this council table says, okay, we don't have any funding. What are we going to do? So there's your unknown. So
right.
Unless you can tell us.
And I understand that, Your Worship, but the concern I'm having is we're looking at this, we're trying to say, okay, 15 million debenture, understood that, 3%, 2%, 6%, understanding that. But to go forward and tell administration, okay, 15 million on our debenture borrow, we don't get the funding, right? They have to come back, but yet we're already slating it, and we know costs are going to go up. But if we're saying construction 2024, 2025, but we don't get funding on, and have a $15 million debenture, we're scrapping the whole project, or do we reevaluate once again and then sit back and watch costs continue to escalate?
Yes, that is the conversation for council once we have some clarity on what grant we're getting and how much. So at that time, that we can increase the borrowing, we can reshuffle a few things for administration to do, and then we can increase the debt servicing to 4% or 5% to make it happen. Councilor Pletchko?
Just want to add on to that a tiny bit. So when I look at we should be looking at a worst-case scenario, and we're not looking at the worst-case scenario. We're looking at something that I think administration wanted us to hopefully massage a little bit and move forward on something. I think realistically, with what we have with the corporate plan that's in front of us, we need to look at the worst case scenarios that are there. So I think we need to see the numbers that reflect the 3 and the 3 that we talked about here tonight. And really, I'd like to see that tomorrow evening when we come forward to discuss this, because it is a large topic. It has grown from $15 million when I first started on council to $40 million, and you know, I can appreciate that it's going to grow astronomically more. Talking to a councillor that's just doing a rec facility that's over $100 million, that is similar to what we would like to have within our community. So I think we need to see realistic numbers, not numbers that make us go, yeah, okay, well, let's kind of approve this, hoping that we get some granting and stuff like that, when we really need to know what that worst case scenario looks like. So just a bit of a comment, if we could see that tomorrow, that would be a great thing for, I'm kind of guessing that I've heard that here tonight, that would be good for all of us to be able to hear that, so.
Okay, some good comments, and I think there's, as mentioned by the town manager earlier, we have, through the corporate planning process and the strat planning, there's 3 major items that this council wants to see done. One is the cemetery, second one is the public works yard, and also the phase 1, the recreational center. So I think members of council, administration has put the best foot forward with a 2, 2, and 2. If we feel that that is inaccurate, that we want to make sure that we secure our priorities, then council will make those changes and add. So if council wants to make it 3, 3, and even 1 at the end, that is for debate tomorrow. And then once we make those changes, administration will make those adjustments. Okay, going back around the horn, let's go that way. Councilor Chiu. So let's go back to Deputy Mayor. I'm going to go back to you.
This is my last question, and it's relative to what we're talking about. So, so when do we find out about the funding?
Your Worship, so we are, I would say, weekly reaching out to federal contacts to find out about the grant funding. At this point in time, I don't believe I've been notified. I think we've just been told that they're still reviewing.
Your Worship, through the Deputy Mayor, certainly we're reaching out bi-weekly, and we continue to get the same email every 2 weeks that says, thank you for your email. There is no further correspondence from us. Myself or Terry will be emailed if further information is available on your project. We did see the federal MLA or MP for the Liberal caucus from St. Albert at the housing symposium last week, and Mayor Chor did reach out and ask if we could meet to specifically talk about the project. So I think administratively we continue to do what we can to leverage all of our relationships to find out if there's some information that we can glean from the status of this particular grant, and we might even understand what the timing of their approval process might be. We don't even have that basic level of information at this point.
Thank you, and I'll keep council informed, updated if when we set that meeting with Minister Boisonneau, as he does sit on the caucus table, so a little bit more, I guess, rather ruffling the feathers and asking the question to see when we can get a straight answer when this funding is getting approved or not. Anything else, Deputy Mayor? Okay. Going twice. Anything else, Deputy Mayor? I'm just looking at the time, so I'm just trying to see if there's any more questions. Okay. Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, going back to page 32 on table 20, it was mentioned earlier that we are going back to pre-COVID numbers. Does that mean that through the COVID years that we had saved that wage of $83,500?
Your Worship, through the Councillor Loynes, internally, we allocated some staff shuffled some staff within departments for various reasons. So those staff members still exist, and they just do other duties within the town. So we didn't lose those positions. We didn't lose that funding or reallocate that funding. It's currently allocated to like positions in a different department.
Thank you.
Councillor Loynes.
Then going to page 18 on table 10, we are looking at a proposed 152 full-time equivalents going up from 146.9. Are these all currently filled staff positions, the 146.9?
Okay. Administration.
So yeah, I guess if the question is of those 146 FTEs, again, they may not directly equivalent to 146 people, but you know, I mean, yeah, the vast majority would be filled throughout the year. You know, there are times where, you know, departures for whatever reasons, well, I mean, positions will be vacant, but for the most part, they're filled. Yeah.
And then my last.
Councillor Loynes. Go ahead.
My last and final question, Your Worship, is in the event that this rec center does go through and we put out the RFP, how long of a turnaround are we looking at for that RFP between getting it out and actually getting it filled?
Your Worship, to the Councillor Loynes, so the tender documents would be weeks getting out, like 2 to 3 weeks. I've just polished them up and put them out. So the detailed design is at a point where we're ready to go for that process. So once that happens, typically you put it out for a couple of months to ensure, because it's not a small project and people have to invest a bit of time in terms of the costing, we want to put that time out so that people aren't not rushing their estimates, so that we're getting the best prices that we can possibly ask for that particular project. So let's say all in, we're 3 months from that particular project. The award process takes maybe 1, maybe 2 weeks at the most. Typically, on a stipulated price such as what we're looking at, there's not a lot of negotiation. It's you open them up, you see what the prices are, and you're moving forward. You're negotiating with likely the one that's come in, depending on how you deem your tender, but you're negotiating with a particular person, and there never usually is an opportunity to go to a second. So you're just essentially negotiating with one company. And then it's a matter of mobilization and going. So probably within 3 to 5 months from tender start, you're breaking ground. Now, with that, there's probably opportunities for us to look at specific things that we could start earlier, depending on the process and working in parallel, i.e. there's site work that could be done that perhaps could start sooner than the actual construction. So there's ways in which we can accelerate it, and it's just a matter of, and I can appreciate council's frustration with the project in terms of the uncertainty. I think we're equally in that state because there's a ton of scenarios that we can implement related to this, but we can't get moving until such time that we have some funding confirmations and the ability to come to council with confidence to say, you know, we're moving forward, this is the best scenario, and get going on it. As soon as we get that celebration moment in this particular council chambers, the very next day we're walking forward with several options that will get that project moving as quickly as possible.
Okay. And then just on that, is it even in a reality that we could be even partially partial year operating in 2025?
Your worship, through to Councillor Loynes, clear skies, yeah, that's possible, but again, it all depends on when we get the final decision on the funding. So the scale starts to slide depending on when you make the approval.
Okay, that's all for me then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Loynes. Second call, Councillor Loynes. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do have several questions, just to give you a heads up. There's a good chunk of them that I definitely do want to make sure we get asked tonight because they may require information coming back for tomorrow. So, breaking right into it, we'll start in the first one, which is Table 16, and forgive me, I don't have the page number right in front of me yet. That is page 27, the Capital Infrastructure Replacement Funding. This was a 5-year program based at 1% per year for the 5 years accumulating to help us build back up our reserves and help us prepare for good asset management and making sure we had the appropriate capital available for some of the larger one-time expenditures for either new purchase or replacement purchases. I'm curious if administration has any information or any context as to why this was cut by the 0.5%. I'm also concerned about the fact that being that it's only the 3rd year, that also means we're missing 0.5% from the 4th and the 5th year. So how do we plan on making that additional money up?
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, I can give a pretty quick and straight answer to that. So the reduction from 1 to 0.5 was done in context of potential tax increase amounts. So it was done to keep the proposed tax increase to a level of whatever it is, 6.8.
Okay.
So thank you, but that didn't answer the second part of that question. If we're simply reducing this by 0.5% this year, that means we're going to have a 0.5% shortfall for the next 3 years if we only go back to the 1%, which is proposed. So how do we plan on making up that shortfall if our end goal was to have 1% a year for 5 years?
Your Worship, again, the notion there would be just, in all likelihood, the extension of the time of the program to a longer time frame to achieve the same amount that was initially set out as.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the last question on that specific item is when this program was started several years ago, 1% of a tax increase in the town of Stony Plain was much lower than what 1% of a tax increase in the town of Stony Plain is today. If I remember right, we were in around that 140 to 160, 140 to 160,000.
149.
149? Look at that. He's got the answers. So 149,000 was 1%. Well, 1% this year we're being told is 200,000. So was this just was there a specific dollar amount we were looking to achieve in this reserve, or was this just, you know, we figured 1% was a fair number and would bring us close to where we need to be by the time we've got 5 years into it?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. When the initial initiative was presented to council in 2022, I believe, the intent was to reduce the gap and reassess at the end of the 5 years. The intent of administration would be to reevaluate that. Obviously, escalating equipment costs have changed since 2022 as well. And so the intent would be to reevaluate that. And just having a 0.5 in the 1 year just gets us there a little bit slower, but we also need to continue with the continued work with asset management. We have more information. We'll reevaluate. That may change what comes forth into subsequent corporate plans.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship. Page 30. Looking at the golf course. So we see projected for the golf course was an increase of $156,000 in expenses. But then in the sales and user charges, I only see $116,000 worth of increased revenue. We heard earlier that the golf course operates at a break even, and I'm just curious, if we have 156,000 in additional expenses, why I don't see 156,000 in additional revenue?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of council. The net impact of the golf course is a net revenue to the town of approximately 20, or sorry, just a second, I'm just going to pull up the actual amount so I'm not quoting incorrectly. Is a profit to the town. It's been held at the same at the 2023 levels of a profit of $77,000 to the town. As a result, to produce that profit, the reserve transfer, which was implemented by council, the Gulf Reserve, so the transfer to reserve for any surplus, the amount in 2024 is reduced to make sure that that profit is still going to the town. So the town has held the profit from the golf course at $77,000, and then the transfer to reserve from the golf course in 2024 is just less than what it was in the previous year to account for that.
And so one question on that, in respect to the golf course, is the golf course budget done in a total cost accounting method in where all the services provided by the town, such as HR, communications, IT, are those all billed back to the golf course?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of council. None of our service areas in the town are charged back in that manner.
Excellent, thank you very much. For tomorrow, would it be possible to get a breakdown of the golf course budget individually so that we can actually see how this $77,000 and the transfer to reserve and the profit to the town is laid out? It's just, it doesn't appear anywhere in the plan. So if we could get that as supplemental tomorrow, that'd be appreciated.
Can we get that?
Yeah, Your Worship, we can provide that.
Good. Two expenses. Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking at the same page, sorry, I just need to get my place here. All right, so number 4. It's highlighted red, number 4. It's the protective services, the increase there. It says fire casual staff and RCMP. When I did the calculation on the RCMP initiative that's in here for the salary increase, it came out to more than 112,000, and that wasn't including any fire casual staff wages added to that. Just looking for some clarity, were there other savings in that protective services area that brought that number down then to what we're seeing in here? And if so, how come the RCMP increase is still reflected at a value higher than that?
Okay. Administration, so look, line item number 4, where it says it's a 112,000 increase.
Thank you, through your worship. Councillor Laurie, if I may just get a point of clarification, what initiative are you referencing from with the RCM or the RCMP position, as that does not occur until 2026?
Okay, I see on page 50, I see a 0.63% increase for the RCMP contract. And if I grab the handy calculator here, we're $200,000 for 1%, so that would equate to $126,000.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. Thank you for the clarification. So the RCMP contract has increased and then offset by transfer to reserve. So in 2023 corporate planning document, we phased in the RCMP contract increase over 2 years. In the presented, the decision by administration was to present a plan that had that pushed out 1 more year. And so the full RCMP contract should have come in. And so it did, a part of that did come in, but there's still a supplement of $125,000 coming from tax levy stabilization. So the full $250,000 impact should have come into play in 2024, but to keep the tax level prudent, it was pushed off to another year, so split that 250 into another 2 years. So what that means is the 2023 contract increase will not be fully in the tax rate until 2025.
Excellent. And I do see we have 2.96% for the RCMP next year and another 1.86% the year afterwards. But it still doesn't get to the crux of my question, because I'm seeing a 0.63% increase for the RCMP contract, which is $126,000 in additional tax revenue generated. I'm seeing an increase in expense under protective services on page 30 of only $112,924, and that also includes fire casual staff increases, which we heard from the general manager were occurring due to the increased call volumes. So I'm just unsure, if the increase is only $112,000 in the budget, why are we seeing $126,000 carved out specifically for the RCMP? Because that would then lead me to believe that we don't have enough money, and we certainly aren't funding the increased expenses in the fire casual staff.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. The chart on page 30 of the document does not take into consideration transfers from reserves. So last year we had the complement of the 2023 RCMP contract in there, offset by reserves. So that portion was already in the expense side, and the transfer from reserve offset that by $250,000 last year, and this year it's offsetting it by $125,000. So when we're looking at page 50 of the document, this is the tax impact. It will not equate to the chart holistically, since the chart does not have the transfers from reserves reflective in it.
Okay, I might follow this one up with an email just so that I get something in writing here, because I'm not sure that I'm following fully, because I'm seeing an increase in our revenues and I'm seeing an increase in our expenses, but the grant, from what I understand, is separate. It's an additional $125,000, which would be $250,000. So we'll go past that one. Maybe that's just my inability to understand it at this point in time. Next on the list, if I may, Your Worship.
Okay, last one, and I'll move on, and I'll come back to you later.
Okay, thank you. So on page 30, under programs, the red number 5. So it's listed as a $178,000 increase, and the only notation is for the Heritage Park operator. The Heritage Park operator in the plan is at $83,000. So there's about $93,000 or $90,000 in additional program expenses that I don't see identified specifically. Can we just get an idea as to what that would include?
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and all of Council. So the intent of these charts is to explain it down to the $50,000, which would bring that down with the operator costs. The additional costs in there are some project support, some programs, some farmer stays increase based on historicals. Those are just some of the pieces that make up the additional.
So I appreciate that, and the reason that I ask is exactly as you said. It says all variances greater than $50,000 are explained below. So the variance is $178,000. The operator is only $83,000 of that, leaving a $90,000 variance still. So what I'm hearing from you is that we have a $90,000 budget increase in Farmers Days?
I think there's more than just Farmers Days.
That's what I'm requiring. That's $90,000.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. We can provide additional comments in addition to bring that down. The farmers, just for clarity, the Farmers Day increase is $7,000.
And I didn't expect it. What I was trying to get at, though, is the variance was still $90,000 after taking that position out, meaning it's well over the $50,000 that the plan shows to explain. So if we can get that in clarity tomorrow, that'd be fantastic. And then, Your Worship, if you'd like to move on.
I'll move on. I think the difference there was that if a change was $50,000 or more, then it was noted. If it was less than that, it was not noted. So I think how many program changes and such that made that $90,000 is what you're asking for, which would not be captured because it was not greater than 50,000 for each individual step.
Which is great, and that's where I'm looking at this, Your Worship, is it seems that everything that shows a number higher than $50,000 has a number assigned to it. And so if there is $90,000 that isn't necessarily explained, I would like an explanation as to that $90,000.
Thank you, through your worship, if I may. This was absolutely a miss of a comment just once the initiatives were transacted. So the difference in there is made up of the ATS positions and the transit increases, so.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you need that broken down, or you're okay with
Nope, that makes 100% sense. Just like I said, because it wasn't captured in the notes, I didn't contemplate those calculations in there. So now that we know where they came from, the initiatives are in the corporate plan, and I can understand it now.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pletchko, please.
Yes, thank you, Worship. We'll turn to page 33, tables 23 and 24. I have several questions regarding this. If any council member wants to chime in at the same time, you're more than welcome to. So first question to administration is, how does this pay compare to other communities, Beaumont, Camrose, and Wetaskiwin, for example?
Administration?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, definitely the compensation reviews we complete every 2 years, and we align our positions in that medium range. So my understanding is that's where those positions do lie. We don't certainly look at specific communities for specific positions. There's a range of communities that we look at related to our wages for every position that we do the compensation review on.
So is your compensation review equal for all our town staff? So done based on the same municipalities, done overtime, time and again?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, that's correct.
Okay, second question regarding this. As I read through this, it says it's becoming more challenging for the fire department casual staff to commit to the increasing response time, training and annual certifications. I heard you say earlier that the increase in our budget for casual has increased substantially because of the bit of a contradiction to what is being wrote here as to why we need more staff based on the casual.
Your Worship, through the Councillor Pletchko, perhaps I used casual in the wrong form. The response wages to Parkland County have increased. It's not restrictive to just casual, also the full-time wages. We do, depending on the daytime call, nighttime call, whatever the case is, the wages reflected to the particular response is passed on to Parkland County related to the response that that is in their jurisdiction. With respect to casual wages, so the reflection of the increased revenue is our call volume has increased, so we have additional revenue that we would receive from Parkland County as a result of that call volume increasing. I apologize if I said the word casual and allocated it 100% to the casual response to calls, but I should have stated that it's a general response increase, which has increased the revenue expectation related to the call volume increase to Parkland County and our fire services agreement.
Thank you. In addition, it says, in addition of this position, will expand full-time service and provide more reliable response. I'm troubled by the reliable response. I'm troubled by the full-time aspect of it. If we're not providing a reliable response today, that would suggest to me that there's an internal problem. And I'm just wondering if that is, seeing two new firefighters come on is not the solution to what is being suggested in this outlay of wording that you have for two new recruits.
Certainly there's several factors, Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko. Certainly there's several factors when we're looking at fire staff and adding fire staff to the fire department. Response is one of those elements. Prevention is another element. HERF is another element, being able to ensure that our response times are at a consistent level, and there's continuity between daytime and weekend calls and evening calls. Certainly adding more staff permits us the opportunity to ensure or change our model so that there is a complement of staff that are at the hall for a period of time, of which allows us to ensure that continuity of response and the timing related to that continuity of the response. So it's not just a factor of, as casual staff continue and as the demands of the position and as the call volume increases, we do need to ensure that we can maintain a reliable level of staffing. Are we getting good numbers now with our casual staff? Certainly. Could that start to impact us? We do have a number of people that are over that 10 to 15 year service level. At that point, there's some attrition that starts to happen too. So we do certainly attract new recruits to the department, so that has an impact on our ability to fulfill and fill some of the vacancies. But these two positions will ensure and help us to move more to that consistent response within that time frame that permits us to impact other areas of our community related to development, as an example, and also provide that consistent and continuous response within an expected time level. So this is not unlike most jurisdictions in Alberta that have a bit of a composite. Cochrane, as an example, has a full-time fire department. They do supplement it with casual support. There is a report that they've recently received too that is suggesting that they need to start looking at more full-time staff to adjust with less casual staff coming back into the fire hall. So it's more about protecting the fire response service, and this is not going to solve that problem or eliminate our need for casual staff. It's going to complement and supplement and extend the current model that we currently have and lessen the impact on casual-only support to evening and weekend calls.
Okay, I'm going to go back to how are we expanding the full-time service to provide more reliable response? So I'll lead you down a bit of a road and you can tell me if I'm wrong or where we're going with it. But are we going to go to 2 full-time shifts? Because the way I see this, by having 2 new firefighters between 2025 and 2026, we should be able to have 2 full-time response times, which would eliminate part of our on-call, which would put some of them funds back in our coffers to offset the cost of this $105,000 and $127,000. Or are we just adding 2 firefighters to the daytime staff to eliminate the chief and the deputy chief of having to go to calls? Like, I'm a bit confused when I read this, and all I see is an additional $230-some thousand to a budget without any real explanation as to how we're going to achieve a problem that is a reliable response. Stony Plain is well known for its response and its reliableness, and yet I'm seeing here that we're not reliable. And that's got a concern for me.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Palechko, the addition of these 2 firefighters, and there is a third scheduled for 2027, it would change it's not just simply add 2 more positions to the Monday to Friday shift schedule. This would extend our full-time firefighters working Saturday, Sundays also. So we have 7-day coverage for a period of time throughout the operating day, where we have full-time service in the hall being able to respond as the Monday to Friday response does. So this is just an extension of our full-time service into a 7-day service, not 24 hours a day, over the period of time similar to what we do currently with our full-time staff. So likely this would extend our full-time service on Saturday, Sunday from 8 to 4. The model is, we'd have to look at the stats of the calls and determine when the majority of the calls are coming in. And I appreciate that you've been on the service, and it's is variable. It's all over the place depending on what the incident is. But generally speaking, you can nail down when your busy times typically are. We would schedule the staff related to that. So it would just extend our current 5-day service to 7-day service with dedicated staff at the fire hall, which would impact our service with respect to quicker out the door, shoot times are less, the ability for us to hit that 600 seconds 90% of the time more effectively is likely higher.
So let's go one more question here regarding it.
Go ahead.
So am I hearing that there's the opportunity here, if we have a full-time 7-day-a-week staff, that we would not need to have the on-call people respond to a hall where we already have it staffed? Only other time you would need to have an on-call response is if that crew was out or the event was bigger than the crew could handle, a second call would go out. So that, to me, would reduce some of the costs to the on-call side of it, which would have an offset to the cost associated to having the 2 extra staff.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, in theory, you're correct. The other theory also is if we remained with the current status and we had 50% less calls next year, we wouldn't be paying people to come to the fire hall because we wouldn't push the pager and they wouldn't respond. So we'd likely be coming back to you with a surplus in the casual pool allocation because we wouldn't have spent it all because it wasn't warranted. So the numbers would shuffle for sure. The dollar value would shuffle. We would still require, we're not going to be staffing the hall at the levels of the daytime. We would have to take the daytime pool and we would have to say, what is the current model that we would need to cover 7-day shift schedule? That might be 3 guys at the hall. That is the first truck out. We still need that second backup truck or a complementary casual support depending on the incident. So casual will still be a big part of our delivery service and our model. This is just moving us more towards 7-day consistent response service out the door like we have Monday to Friday.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councilor Pletchko?
Page 44, table 47. Central truck sanitary sewer contract. So I just have, as I read through this, again, sitting on the wastewater commission, most of the concrete that they have in the system is going. Oh, sorry, thanks. Do you want me to start over? Okay. So most of the, sitting on the wastewater commission, and I look at this, you talk about putting in a concrete pipe. If you look at the last email we got from the wastewater commission, concrete pipes don't work so well in that wastewater world. I get that it might be a little bit less money than the plastic that's out there, but the longevity, if you're talking 25 years in the ground, you go to 50 years in the ground. And the cost is really not that substantial more to go to that type of thing. And I know at the wastewater commission, we're going to mostly plastic stuff for that reason. Is there any consideration in this to actually go to that type of pipe?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, thank you for the question. So first of all, to address your point with the different material types, you're correct. There are certain efficiencies with that are with other materials, fiberglass, I believe it's PVC is the other one that we would look at. Over concrete, and there are different utilities that come from each one in material selection. As I highlighted in my presentation, there are, in addition to that design consideration, there are other considerations that we're soliciting from industry to clarify to make this project successful, not just on the construction complexities that we're finding, but also the quite frankly, the long-term operation. We are very mindful when we're looking at these projects, Central Trunk and others. We want to see good operation into the future, and what you're bringing up is something that we are considering as we're looking at this project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Anything else? Thank you. Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, I hope this will be rather quick. I'm just wanting a clarification on page 51 under 2025 proposed initiatives. What is the recreation center we're building, hoping to build, the community recreation center, or is the building behind CIBC the community recreation center?
Okay, so on page 51, so that's the operations, and I think that was kind of asked, like, do we have certainty that if we decide to build the recreation center, will it be in operations? So
Okay.
that's for the
So
people
this
that
is
are
for the
working
new
there.
center?
Yes.
Okay, and then with that in mind, somewhere along the line, I'm going to say it once, maybe more. Have we looked at, from an administrative point of view, I believe this would be through you, Mr. Mayor, to General Manager Hill. What would be, or would there be, an advantage to looking at the TLC under the management of General Manager Lenny Riker? Would it be worth looking at having them provide the management of the recreation center rather than trying to manage it in-house? I know that they're hoping that they will be called on to manage other recreation facilities, much like they're doing our Stony Plain Pool, and I think they've proven that that can be very successful. And I'm just wondering if we've thought about the difference in having them manage versus our own hiring of people with all the ongoing compounding costs that is, if there would not be a savings.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard, certainly the cost element that we've projected for operations, the model is not set at this point. That's certainly a dialogue that once we're firm on the project and we're moving forward, we will further investigate. The other considerations is we do have a plethora of other community facilities right now that we operate, and the ability to pool our staff and operate facilities is also something to consider as we continue moving forward.
Okay. Councillor Hansard, anything else?
I'm going to say no for this evening.
Okay. Councillor Anderson, I need you to make a motion to extend past 10 o'clock, please.
Do I have to?
Well, I think it's best for us to answer our questions so that we can then finish up instead of having come back tomorrow to ask more questions that might require more information to come back.
Didn't see the looks I got from my colleagues on council when you suggested that. All right, I will make a motion that we continue our corporate planning session this evening past 10 p.m.
Thank you. And it may be just a little bit after, but we just make sure that everybody has the opportunity to ask their last questions and get any extra information that they need. I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Was I allowed to vote against my own motion?
I was going to vote against it myself.
Comments about the fire department. I just pulled our annual reports for the last 3 years. Was looking at the call volumes, the contingent of staffing over there. From what I can gather over the last 3 years, the staffing levels have stayed consistent, just with some reshuffling into different positions, whether that's chief or lieutenant or otherwise. But with that being said, the call volumes, although increased, maybe not what I would have considered significant. And so I want to preface that by saying I have tremendous respect for those on council, our community volunteer, or paid on call, or whatever we call them now, our fire services team that works so diligently to keep our community safe. And so, I say this with utmost respect. I think the increase in call volume from 2021 to 2023 was about 60 calls, and that's what was advertised in our annual report. And so 60 calls over 52 weeks is a little bit better than a call a week. And so when I consider that with the addition of 2 new positions in the amount of whatever is $250,000, I'm struggling to understand where that need comes from for a $250,000 increase when, you know, we're seeing an increase over 3 years of 1 call a week. And so just looking for some understanding so that I can, you know, better kind of see the projection of the need for the increase in fire staff over the next few years.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Oh, sorry, there was a question there. Please help me understand, based on that 10% increase in call volume, why there is a need for the increase of 3 staff over the next 3 years.
Your Worship, to Councillor Anderson. So again, fire services is a challenging issue. We're a growing community. At a certain point, we're likely going to be more full-time than we are casual. That model can change quickly for us because certain elements come into our community and suggest that it should change or not. This model continues to allow us to extend the current model that we have at what I would argue is a cheaper option than a full-time service coming in. There's other communities around our size or slightly bigger than us that are paying substantially more for their fire services. Mostly because they've got a union environment in their fire hall. So at this moment, we don't. At this moment, we're balancing whether we find a model that works for us, that allows us to continue with the casual pool, supplementing our full-time services, providing some further benefit to our community from a development perspective with our call volume times lowering so that, you know, with confidence, we can eliminate the HERF requirements in our community. Certainly, as we continue moving and growing, our call volumes probably is going to go up further than 10% per year. But definitely, you can't just attribute it to one element and suggest that, you know, $250,000 on a 10% increase of call volume is you know, a large increase. There's other elements that we do consider in terms of ensuring that we're providing a service to the community which they expect, and there's other benefits that we can provide the community too. We do have overtime, we do have the casual. Does this start to eliminate? Yeah, we're going to start to see some of that shuffling with respect to the dollar values. So I think at the end of the day, once we have the model, if we have the model in place, we're likely going to see some benefit to that model, and our ability to come back and report to you on the financial impact of that probably is going to be more favorable than what we're currently seeing, as we don't understand. You can't certainly point to it and say all the calls on Saturday, Sunday between these hours, we can just shuffle them to full-time. We might hire those staff and get 0 calls during that particular time period and still have the casual staff responding, which I don't think is likely, but you know, those are the types of scenarios that certainly we could be looking at. So I think this is an evolution of our community growing. This is an evolution of us being ahead of the growth that we're looking to incur and the percentage increase of population that we're looking to bring to our community through residential growth, through our commercial growth, through our tourism strategy, through our ECDEV strategies. That's just more people coming to the community. I think this is a response to providing that consistent service over 7 days. It's a response to being ahead of that curve versus, so being proactive versus reactive to the growth in the community. And we have to roll in here and say we need 3 people next year, which is a larger increase. So this is a bit of a bridging the gap in terms of implementing these particular positions over a time period.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just point of clarity, it wasn't 10% a year, the increase in calls, it was 10% over the course of the 3 years that I looked at. And so when we're looking at, 660 calls, I think was the last annual plan that I saw. Now, again, please, forgive my ignorance in this. But I think 365 days a year, that's less than 2 calls a day. Now, I don't know what a typical fire team does. Like, I have never done that before, and so, certainly my ignorance is showing there. But if we're looking at, 2 calls one day, 1 call the next, 2 calls one day, 1 call the next, again, unless there's some statistics that aren't being captured in that annual report, this idea of, 660 calls over the course of a year, and then obviously the added cost, now we're looking at 9, 10 in 2027. Again, from where I sit with the limited knowledge that I have of fire, I'm struggling to understand a little bit based on that information. So certainly something that we can, have a conversation a little bit more about next year when this comes back and those positions are on the books. And in the meantime, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but, I would love an opportunity to go down with, the town manager, members of council, yourself, just to hear what our fire services team is up to and what a day looks like for them, just so that I have a better understanding going into next year's corporate plan before we're making decisions on those particular initiatives. So.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, certainly we can coordinate that. I would be remiss in, we focus a lot on call response. That's not all that the fire department does. There's fire prevention, there's inspections, there's a whole element of safety in our community that's related to the work that they do. So are the guys sitting there watching YouTube waiting for a call every day? And that's not happening at our fire services. So this would be an extension of those services happening over 7 days versus 5 days, which allows us to get to see buildings quicker so that we can get the doors open, so we can get people into apartments, as an example, because they do have to do their inspections. It's not a Monday to Friday service. We have events on the weekend where we have food service trucks that need an inspection. The fire services group does the inspections on those particular units. If they don't get in right now between Monday and Friday, we have to coordinate something different for them. This extension of services just allows us to be able to open up the services that are provided at the fire hall, including response, over 7 days versus over 5.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do have one final question, and this is for, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Community and Social Development. Our friends that don't often get tons of questions, but certainly do amazing work in our community. Just looking at page 45 of the hard copy here of our package, one of the key roles of our Community and Social Development team is youth services. And as I look down through the plans and projects, I do notice that one of the initiatives is related to the ongoing youth-centered needs and assessment and evaluation to help support a strategy moving forward. And just looking maybe some clarity there on what that strategy is inclusive of. Are we looking at the youth center specifically, or the needs of the youth within the greater community, and what sort of supports and services we're able to provide them? Briefly, the context there is we've had some conversations in chambers the last couple of months about issues within the community that are being attributed to a number of local youth, and so just looking maybe for some understanding on additional harm reduction or youth engagement type initiatives outside of the youth center that we might be involved in.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Anderson and the rest of Council. Yes, that's part of the approach to the youth centre services. At this point in time, our youth centre is primarily focused internally into activities that take place within the youth centre walls. Moving forward, we're looking to shift some of the approaches to more of a community-wide youth development strategy, similar to the work that our community development officers would be doing. And in that would include a more focused and increased service and support through other youth-serving agencies within the community. Currently, the work that we do with those other youth-serving agencies tends to be more program-specific. So we might identify a project and they will join us as a partner. However, one of the steps that we've seen quite good success with is through the Youth Mental Health Coalition. And through the work of the coalition and the collaborative at the leadership level, we've been able to do some service adjustments to provide more concentrated services. And we've been able to consider how we might go forward in order to build a better community response and more wraparound services and supports. And so that's in progress now, and I would anticipate early in Q1 of 2024 we'd be able to share some results of that.
Perfect, and thank you for that. It's certainly something that I think will be a great discussion for another time, maybe strategic planning, but certainly would love to see, whether it's run through, the youth team here at the youth center, but just recreation activities for youth. Maybe it's not related specific to harm reduction and, mental health and wellness and all of these things, but just genuine opportunities for youth to recreate within our community that are planned and organized by trained staff that are there to engage with them and allow them to feel like they're a part of the work that we're doing in our greater municipality. So certainly something I look forward to talking more about in the months to come.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Anderson. Anything else? Okay, I know we've had the extension, but I think I have a couple questions, and I think I was going to go back to Councillor Lowry, so let's take a good 5-minute comfort break, and we'll come back quickly, please. Administration and those that are watching and participating in the gallery, and also those that are watching through live stream. All right, I think we have a few more questions for clarity and understanding before we call it a night. Councillor Laurie, I'll go back to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship. Just before I get into questions, I'm going to ask for a written clarification from administration. In respect to page 30, again, under programs, highlighted with the number 5, where it speaks to the Heritage Operator 1.0 FTE, it was explained by administration that ATS and transit were included under that, but that's actually not the case. ATS and transit are recognized on page 35 under the Planning and Infrastructure Operating Summary, and that is under number 5 on that page as well. So I don't think it would be reflected in both areas of the plan. So just again, for tomorrow, if we could just get some clarity on under Community and Protective Services, under the programs, what encompasses the additional increase outside of the Heritage Park operator. And then if I may, Your Worship, I'll move on to the last couple of questions I have.
Okay, just to make sure that administration is clear. So that's item number 5 on page 40 and item number 5 on page 35.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you very much. Page 35, Planning and Infrastructure, again, under number 5. This is part of how I figured out that it was in the wrong spot. This is under transportation expenses, and it has the Public Works debenture interest noted under there. I'm just curious as to why the Public Works debenture interest would be calculated under the transportation expense line item.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Laurie. So this would be a new debenture. It was placed in there. It can be moved, but the majority of the staff that are working out of that facility are coded to transportation, and hence where it was placed just first thought, but open to suggestions.
Okay, no, as long as there's the reason to it, that's just a little easier to understand. And I can see your point. I don't know which one you really would slot it in under, so if that's the most employees out of that facility, probably makes the most sense. Next question I have, so table 26, I believe it is. There it is, yep. So table 26, which is on page 37, and then table, where was the horticultural one? I have it written here somewhere, sorry. And table 41, that is the horticultural level service of improvement. Just looking for a quick definition from administration, what's the difference between the parks level of service improvement and the horticultural level service of improvement? That's question number 1. And then number 2, they're called improvements, service improvements, but then down in the definition, it just talks about being maintained. So I'm just wondering, are we improving our levels of service? Are we moving up from what council has already determined our levels of service are? Or are we need these staff to stay the same? So the difference between those two tables and then the difference in the level of service.
Okay, thank you. General Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the Councillor Laurie. So the first question, what's the difference? So the parks and the parks level of service is specifically on items that were brought to council this year regarding trimming levels and snow and ice control, and just all around like what you would see in the parks department as the general maintenance of all of our open spaces, generally speaking. The horticulture is the other half of that, which is the teams that look after the flower boxes that go around town pruning trees. This is where a lot of the more I'll call it the more detailed work with the vegetation happens. So that's the differences. They are two different teams that tackle two different issues or two different levels of service within the department. Now, in terms of the service improvements or the distinction therein, so for the parks, it's generally the focus is on bringing up those service levels to line up with some of the questions that we get from the public on aligning with our trimming and our cutting levels. Our snow and ice control, we do have new trails that are coming online. Our connection to Spruce Grove is one such example where there's a need to have more bodies just driving around on the trails to make sure that we're maintaining our snow and ice control levels. And with the horticulture, well, this hasn't been brought to council in a formal presentation. I believe that there's been some questions I may have answered through council inquiries that talk about, we do have a schedule for our flower boxes, for example, and our maintenance therein. And we would like that specifically is to improve our approach to that and make sure that we are staying on top of those items. So there's not much difference in what's being asked in each of them. They're mostly seasonals and how to approach that and to increase the complement of people that are therein. But they are tackling service level improvements or maintenance of those service levels across as we've grown a little bit over time.
Excellent, thank you. And then to follow on that, in regards to Table 41 for horticulture, it states $82,000 per year in 25 and 26, whereas Table 26 states like the number of staff. So is Table 41, is that a capital program, or are those casual staff, as you mentioned as well, or sorry, seasonal staff as well, as you mentioned, for Table 41?
Pardon me 1 second.
And then while you're looking that up as well, just a secondary question. If we are looking at that additional contingent of seasonal staff, for instance, under Parks level of service, that's 8 additional seasonal staff over the 2 years. Is there a capital ask that should be coming along with that for the additional equipment for those employees?
To your last question on the parks, it's not a capital-driven item. It is a seasonal-driven item. For the horticulture, there is contracted services with tree pruning as well as tree removal considerations as well. So contracted services supporting the team, as well as the seasonals that I have mentioned in my previous response.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And then so again, just to clarify, although we are adding additional seasonal staff, we have the amount of equipment that we need for those staff to operate. There isn't an additional capital component to come with this.
Through your worship, the Councillor Laurie, generally that's correct. Yes, it's mostly a personnel-driven service level improvement.
Excellent, thank you very much. And then if I may, your worship?
Okay, go ahead.
We will stay with the same general manager. Table 27 and table number 28, that would be page 37, page 38. These are the Meridian Heights Reservoir upgrade and the water main network upgrade. I see in the funding source, there's developer levies, debenture funded, utility wastewater reserves, etc. What seems to be a glaring miss for me is the Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Partnership grant funding from the province of Alberta. They fund very significant amounts of money when it comes to reservoirs and when it comes to water systems, and yet I don't see a reflection of any grant dollars. Are we intending to apply for those grants for these projects?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, I'll start an answer here and I'll look to our manager of finance to maybe correct me if I'm off base. I believe the grant you're referring to, that's the one that I believe is managed by Alberta Transportation. If it's the one I'm recalling, there's a significant element to that is that that's mostly driven to municipalities that aren't parts of commissions or other water distribution systems. Generally, they are treating their own water. If I'm correct, I'm again looking at our manager of finance if I'm on the right path with that one.
Thank you. Through your worship, Councillor Laurie, we would just always keep our pulse on any grants that are out there and that apply for those.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe if we could get a direct follow-up on just whether we would or wouldn't be eligible for it. Again, it's the Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Partnership Program. Looking through their list of approved projects, there are reservoirs and pump stations, there are force main replacements, there are lift stations, which I know we just did. So just again, curious in respect to whether we would or would not be eligible under that. So thank you for looking into that. And then, your worship, if I may, I just have the one final one left.
Okay, go ahead.
Excellent, thank you very much. We see in the plan on page 50 that there is a 0.22% transit increase, and just reading through the document, it just looks like it's to do with the contracted costs. We know that there's obviously a change in our position in our transit program with the Edmonton Metro Transit Service Commission not moving forward. At this point in time, we have our tri-region transit, but we don't really have consensus on an operating model, how we're moving forward with it, service levels, et cetera, et cetera. This evening at Spruce Grove's corporate plan meetings, they have had a request for some costing to come back to them, and I would like the same costing to come back to us. The request was for the extension of weekday on-demand service to 10 p.m., as well as the addition of weekend on-demand service. In addition to that, under the Metro Services Commission, we were supposed to have the commuter service extended to Heritage Park as of September of 2023. That's why we have the infrastructure there. Unfortunately, since the commission did not go forward, that didn't happen. However, I feel that that's something that I have had many residents ask me about, when the commuter line is going to be extended. And so I'm looking if administration can bring back a costing on what it would take or what it would cost to extend the commuter route from Spruce Grove to Heritage Park for a single stop park and ride pickup. So again, just for clarity, looking for costs from administration on the extension of on-demand weekday service to 10 p.m., on the addition of weekend on-demand service, and of the extension of the commuter line to Heritage Park during weekday service.
Your worship, just want to note that I believe we've captured that. I'm just kind of watching it being typed up beside me here. I believe we've captured that.
Excellent, thank you very much. And again, I think it goes to a broader conversation as well that I know we've talked a little bit about potentially upcoming tri-transit meetings, but we saw initiatives in our corporate plan today for our integrated ATS system, transit system, and now that we obviously aren't moving forward with a Metro Commission, I think it bodes that the conversation should be held as to whether all of our transit should be held under one umbrella. You review the reports from 2018 on our tri-region transit, it states that the recommended was a regional transit system, regional commission amongst our 3 municipalities. So definitely a lot to unpack there at the next tri-transit meeting, but until then, just to try and maintain some consistency with Spruce Grove, looking forward to having those costs come back for the increased service.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
That is all for me tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilor Loyens, you're good? Deputy Mayor? Councilor Anderson? Councilor Hansford? Councilor Fletchko? Councilor Laurie?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Just one question for administration in terms of Table 5, which is the cemetery. I noticed that was mentioned earlier that was pushed out to 2025, and I heard the comment that is fully funded. Can the administration provide some commentary on how that's fully funded?
Thank you, through your worship, to you and all of council. The cemetery is currently funded through a MSI grant.
The entire amount?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to our staff for all the presentations, and to members of council for asking for clarity. That will help us do our job tomorrow when we make this corporate plan ours with the final touches. Just to reference what is coming back to council is that I have a list of R&M trails, not part of the corporate plan, but Councilor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, wanted to see that. Okay. And we also have kind of a casual full-time membership in terms of destination marketing, how that's coming forward. Also, page 22 in terms of the HAP, Cultural Advisor, where that comes from. Also have a request for golf course operations, more or less. Right. And a little bit of council remuneration. Also have a request for a cost of a census, and if pros and cons, or should we do one? And then we also have page 30 and 35, item number 5. And we also have look into the grant of the Alberta Water Wastewater Grant. Right. And also cost for on-demand from weekday to 10. And then I'm not too sure, Councilor Lawyer said weekend, but I'm not too sure, is that till 10 or till 6 or till what? Some clarity on that?
Your Worship, I'd just request that the general manager, whoever's looking in, reach out to Spruce Grove and just try and keep consistent with what's being shown to their council.
Okay, so whatever Spruce Grove is getting shown, we'll get shown the same thing, because technically we have a tri-commission, but it is operated by City of Spruce Grove, which is then is contracted out.
Your Worship, the increases in transit that we reflect in the plan is consistent with what Spruce Grove provided to us. So unless they've changed their plan in their deliberations this evening, which we will confirm, the 13.5 hours that they're requesting for additional service is included in our plan, our proportionate share of that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I've marked down, so I look forward to coming back tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow morning too. But tomorrow afternoon at 4:30, so that, again, like I said, this is our roadmap, and this is council opportunity to accelerate, decelerate, and move and shift things around so it fits what this council wants to see done in the next 1 or 2 years before we revisit the strat plan. With that, we are adjourned. Good job, guys.